Why is there something rather than nothing? Before light, before time, before stars had names or atoms danced, there could have been nothing, total absence, no matter, no minds, just stillness without story. But that's not what we have. We live in a universe overflowing with complexity and consciousness, which leads to one of the most haunting questions in all of philosophy. Why is there something rather than nothing? This isn't a scientific question with a clean formula. It's deeper than cosmology and older than language. It's about the sheer fact of existence. Everything we know, ourselves included, rests on the fragile, inexplicable foundation that something exists, when seemingly nothing could have. One answer proposed by philosophers like Leibniz is that there must be a necessary being, something that exists by its very nature, which brought everything else into existence. For some, that being is God. God, in this view, didn't need to come from anything and serves as the ultimate reason that anything exists at all. Others suggest more secular theories. In quantum physics, even a vacuum isn't empty. Fluctuations can cause particles to emerge spontaneously. Perhaps our universe arose from such an unstable nothing. But that still begs the question, where did the laws governing quantum mechanics come from? Why do those rules exist? Some argue that nothingness isn't even logically coherent. Maybe something must always exist in some form because absolute nothingness is unstable or even impossible. In this light, existence might not require a reason. It might just be the default state. A bolder view says this question might be unanswerable. Maybe our minds, shaped by cause and effect, can't grasp a reality without a why. Maybe existence itself doesn't owe us an explanation, and the asking is more poetic than practical. Still, there's something deeply human about trying to understand it. The question connects us with every thinker who ever looked at the stars and wondered how they got there. Whether the answer lies in divine will, cosmic randomness, or something beyond our comprehension, we can't help but marvel at the mystery. Even if we never arrive at a satisfying answer, the asking matters. It forces us to confront the strangeness of being and to realize how remarkable it is that anything at all is here, including us.
What is the nature of reality? You open your eyes, light floods in. You feel the weight of your body, hear distant sounds, sense the ground beneath you. It all seems so real. But what if reality is not what it appears to be? What if, beneath the familiar textures of daily life, something far stranger is at play? This brings us to a question that never quite goes away. What is the nature of reality? At first glance, it's simple. Reality is what exists. The world of objects, time, cause and effect. But look closer and cracks begin to form. Quantum physics reveals a universe where particles exist in multiple states until observed. Reality, it seems, might be probabilistic rather than concrete. Observation itself plays a role in shaping what is. Meanwhile, neuroscience teaches us that our senses aren't passive windows to the world. They're interpreters. The brain constructs our experience from incomplete signals. What we see, hear and touch is filtered and translated. That solid table, it's mostly empty space. That colour you see, it's your brain's best guess. This opens the door to ancient philosophical debates. Idealism argues that the mind, not matter, is the fundamental substance. Maybe the world we call real is actually a projection of consciousness. Materialism, on the other hand, holds that only physical things exist, and consciousness is a byproduct of brain activity. But even this is hard to prove. After all, we can't step outside consciousness to test what's really out there. There's also the increasingly popular simulation hypothesis. What if we're living inside a highly advanced program, designed by beings beyond our understanding. If the simulation is flawless, would we ever be able to tell? And even if it were true, does that make our lives less real? Different cultures offer different lenses. In Buddhist philosophy, reality is seen as impermanent, interconnected, and ultimately empty of fixed self or meaning. In Hindu thought, the material world is often viewed as Maya, illusion, not in the sense that it's fake, but that it distracts from deeper truths. What all of this suggests is that reality may not be a single fixed thing. It could be layered, physical, mental, spiritual, all real in their own domains. And perhaps the quest to understand reality is less about finding one final truth and more about expanding the boundaries of what we're willing to question. In the end, reality may not be what we expect, but the more we explore it, the more vivid life becomes. Because to ask what's real is also to ask who we are in the story.
Does God exist? This is one of the most profound and enduring questions humanity has asked. Across cultures and centuries, people have sought to understand whether there is a higher power or divine being who created and governs the universe. The question touches on faith, reason, experience, and the mysteries of existence itself. For many, belief in God is central to their worldview. Religions offer various concepts of God, an all-powerful creator, a personal guide, or an ultimate reality beyond human understanding. Faith in God often provides answers to questions about meaning, morality, and what happens after death. It can bring comfort, hope, and a sense of connection to something greater. On the other hand, there are those who doubt or reject the existence of God. Some argue that there is no empirical evidence or logical proof for a divine being. Philosophical positions like atheism and agnosticism question or withhold belief in God, emphasizing human reason, science, and skepticism. Philosophers and theologians have developed many arguments both for and against God's existence. The cosmological argument suggests that everything that exists has a cause, so there must be an uncaused first cause, God. The teleological argument points to the complexity and order of the universe as evidence of design. Meanwhile, the problem of evil challenges belief in a benevolent God by questioning why suffering exists. Science explores natural explanations for the universe's origins and laws, yet it neither proves nor disproves God. Many see science and faith as addressing different aspects of reality, one focused on how, the other on why. Ultimately, the question of God's existence often comes down to personal experience and belief. For some, moments of awe, spiritual encounter, or moral conviction affirm faith. For others, meaning and morality arise without reference to God. This question has shaped cultures, inspired art, and influenced countless lives. Whether answered with faith, doubt, or ongoing questioning, it invites deep reflection on the nature of existence and our place within it. The existence of God remains a mystery that each person explores in their own way. This journey reflects our deepest hopes, fears, and the search for understanding in a vast and complex universe. What is justice? It starts as a feeling deep in the gut when something is unfair. A child wrongfully blamed, a person punished more harshly because of their background, a victim ignored. That feeling? It's our innate sense of justice stirring, demanding that wrongs be righted and fairness be restored. But what exactly is justice, and why is it so hard to define? Justice is often described as fairness, but that alone doesn't capture its depth. Philosophers, leaders, and ordinary people have debated its meaning for thousands of years. Is justice about equal treatment for all, or about giving each person what they deserve? Is it about following the law or challenging it when the law itself is unjust? In Plato's philosophy, justice meant harmony, each individual fulfilling their proper role in society for the good of the whole. Aristotle believed justice was about proportionality, rewarding virtue and punishing wrongdoing in fair measure. In modern times, thinkers like John Rawls introduced the idea of justice as fairness, designing social systems behind a veil of ignorance where no one knows their status and must choose what's fair for all. But justice isn't only found in theory. It lives in courtrooms, protests, classrooms, and daily choices. There are different forms of it. Distributive justice asks how resources are fairly shared. Retributive justice looks at how we punish wrongdoing. Restorative justice seeks healing between offender and victim, aiming to repair rather than simply punish. Still, justice isn't always served. Legal systems can be flawed, biased, or corrupted. The rules might be followed, but the outcome still feels wrong. That's when justice reveals itself as more than rule following. It becomes a moral compass. Justice also stretches across cultures and borders. What one society calls just, another might challenge. In our global world, we ask, is it just to exploit cheap labour overseas? Is it just to ignore climate change that harms future generations? The conversation keeps expanding. And justice isn't just political or legal, it's deeply personal. How we treat our neighbours, speak up against cruelty, or respond to inequality reflects the kind of justice we live. Justice may not always come neatly wrapped in law books or court decisions. It's a constant effort, a reaching toward fairness, dignity, and balance in a messy world. When we ask what justice truly is, we're really asking, what kind of world do we want to build? Do we live in a simulation? Imagine for a moment that everything you know, your body, your memories, the sky, the stars, is code. Not metaphorically, but literally. What if the universe isn't the base layer of existence, but a simulation, a digital illusion so immersive we mistake it for reality? It sounds like science fiction, but the idea has gained serious philosophical weight. The simulation hypothesis, most famously popularized by philosopher Nick Bostrom, proposes a compelling thought. If advanced civilizations can run incredibly realistic simulations of conscious beings, and if they run many such simulations, then statistically speaking, it's more likely we're inside one than not. Why? Imagine a future where technology is powerful enough to simulate an entire universe. A civilization might create millions of ancestor simulations for research, curiosity, or entertainment. If each of those simulated realities contains conscious beings who believe they're in a real universe, then the number of simulated minds would far exceed the number of original ones. In that scenario, what are the odds that you are in the small group of originals? Some turn to clues. Quantum mechanics, with its fuzzy probabilities and observer-dependent outcomes, has an eerie similarity to computational systems. The idea that reality has a finite resolution, or that the universe might be pixelated at a quantum scale, adds to the intrigue. Could that be evidence of a simulated grid? Others dismiss the idea as clever speculation. There's no testable evidence, they argue. Even if we were in a simulation, how would we ever know? Perhaps the simulation is flawless, with no glitches, no seams to expose the truth. Or maybe it's designed specifically to keep us from asking that question seriously. Still, the simulation theory isn't just about technology. It raises timeless philosophical issues. If we're simulated, does that mean our emotions, relationships, and choices are any less real? Are we simply characters in someone else's program? And if we are being watched, what kind of being created us and why? There's a darker version of this thought. What happens if the simulation ends, or if we break the rules? But there's also a humbling one. Even in a simulated world, love can be genuine, pain can be real. Meaning doesn't depend on the medium, it depends on the mind experiencing it. Whether we live in a simulation or not, we still feel, hope, dream and wonder. And perhaps that, more than anything, is what makes this experience real, whatever its source.
Is the universe infinite or finite? Gaze up at the night sky and try to imagine the edge, a border where the stars stop, beyond which there is what? Nothing? More stars? A wall? The question feels impossible to answer, and yet we keep asking, is the universe infinite or finite? On one hand, infinity is overwhelming. If the universe goes on forever, no edge, no boundary, then anything that can exist might exist somewhere. There would be endless stars, endless planets, endless versions of you reading this same sentence. Every possibility might play out, not once, but an infinite number of times. On the other hand, a finite universe feels more manageable, but it brings its own strangeness. If the universe has a limit, then what lies beyond it? Is it like walking to the edge of a map and finding blank space? Does space itself curve in on itself like the surface of a sphere where you can keep going without ever reaching an edge? Cosmologists attempt to answer this not with guesses but with data. They study the cosmic microwave background, the afterglow of the Big Bang, and measure the curvature of space using distant galaxies. So far, their findings suggest the universe is very close to flat. This doesn't necessarily mean it's infinite, but if it's finite, it must be unimaginably vast and unbounded. There's also a distinction between the observable universe and the entire universe. The observable universe is the bubble of space we can see, limited by the speed of light and the age of the cosmos, about 93 billion light-years across. But what lies beyond that horizon may never be accessible to us. It could stretch on forever or loop back on itself in ways our senses can't detect. Philosophically, infinity is both alluring and problematic. Can something infinite truly exist in a physical sense? Does it break logic or math to assume that? Yet at the same time, the idea of a hard stop, of a cosmic wall or edge, feels even harder to picture. Whether infinite or finite, the universe challenges the limits of our imagination. It humbles us, it expands us, and it invites us to think beyond ourselves. Maybe the universe doesn't owe us a clear answer, but in reaching for it, we become part of something larger, a story not defined by where it ends, but how deeply we dare to explore. What is time, really? You feel it pass every second, the ticking clock, the aging face, the fleeting moment that becomes memory. Time surrounds us, shapes us, defines us. But for something so familiar, time remains one of the deepest and most misunderstood mysteries in all of philosophy and science. What is time, really? At first glance, it seems obvious. Time moves forward. We are born, we grow, we die. Events unfold in a linear sequence, past, present, future. But is this flow real? Or is it simply how our minds interpret the world? Einstein turned everything upside down when he showed that time isn't universal. It's relative. It can stretch, bend and slow down depending on how fast you move or how close you are to massive objects. Two observers can experience time at different rates. This shattered the notion of time as a fixed, ticking metronome of the cosmos. It became more like a flexible dimension, intertwined with space. Some physicists now argue that time might not even be fundamental. At the quantum level, the equations describing reality often don't include time at all. It's possible that what we call time is just an emergent property, something that arises from deeper, timeless rules. Philosophically, time raises profound questions. Is the present the only thing that's real, or do the past and future exist just as fully, like frames on a film strip, already laid out? This is the idea behind the block universe, that all of time exists at once, and we only perceive it as moving because of how our brains process change. But our lived experience contradicts this. We feel time moving. We remember the past, not the future. We age, we wait. Time to us is both structure and story. Religions and spiritual traditions also wrestle with time. In some, they see it as a cycle, life, death, rebirth. In others, they see it as a test, a passage from one state to another. In each case, time carries weight, purpose, and mystery. Ultimately, the question of what time is may never have a single answer. It could be an illusion, a dimension, a psychological trick, or a divine clock. Maybe it's all of those at once. Whatever time truly is, it remains our most precious currency, spent only forward, never returned. And perhaps that's the clearest truth of all. Time may be strange, but it's also sacred.
Can the universe exist without consciousness to observe it? Close your eyes and imagine a vast, empty universe. No stars, no life, no minds. Just particles, gravity, and silence. Now ask yourself, would that universe truly exist if no consciousness ever observed it? At first, the answer seems obvious. Of course it would. But this question has a strange and fascinating history, one that blurs the line between physics and philosophy. In quantum mechanics, the act of observation plays a strange role. At the subatomic level, particles don't exist in definite states until they're observed. Instead, they exist as probabilities, a cloud of possibilities. But the moment we observe them, they collapse into a specific outcome. This led some scientists and philosophers to wonder, does observation create reality? The physicist John Wheeler even proposed something called the participatory universe. In this view, consciousness doesn't just witness the universe, it helps bring it into being. Without observers, the universe might remain in a suspended, undefined state, potential but not actuality. On the other hand, most scientists argue that observation simply means interaction, not necessarily human awareness. A rock hitting another rock is a form of observation. Gravity affects particles without any mind involved. The universe, they say, functions perfectly fine without us. But even this view raises questions. If no mind exists to experience the universe, does it have meaning? Does existence require being known? A painting in a sealed room is still there, but until someone sees it, can we say it truly matters? This leads to deeper questions about the role of consciousness in reality. Is mind a latecomer, an accident in a lifeless cosmos? Or is it baked into the fabric of existence, just as essential as matter and energy? Some spiritual traditions see consciousness as fundamental. The universe in this view is not a machine, but a living awareness exploring itself. Others point to the anthropic principle, the idea that the universe seems finely tuned to support life. If no minds ever arose to observe the universe, would its existence even be a question? Perhaps the very asking proves the importance of consciousness. Still, we must be careful not to confuse mystery with magic. Just because consciousness is rare and puzzling doesn't mean it's required for the stars to shine or galaxies to spin. Maybe the universe doesn't need us to exist, but we need it to wonder. And in that mutual gaze, observer and cosmos, something beautiful is born, meaning.
Is there a fundamental purpose to existence? Some questions don't just live in philosophy books, they live in the quiet moments, the sleepless nights, the silent stares out of moving trains. One of the most persistent among them is this: Is there a fundamental purpose to existence? Not just your life or mine, but life as a whole, reality itself. Is there a point to all this, or is it just happening? At the heart of this question lies our search for meaning. Human beings seem wired to look for it. We tell stories, create religions, build monuments, and chase answers. Some traditions tell us the purpose is divine, that a higher power created the universe for a reason, and that we are part of a larger plan. From this perspective, purpose isn't something we invent, it's something we discover. Others turn to nature. Perhaps existence serves an evolutionary function. Life spreads, adapts, and survives. In that view, the purpose of existence is simply to continue existing. There's no cosmic script, just energy unfolding according to laws of physics, chemistry, and biology. Purpose in this context is more of a human lens than a universal truth. Some thinkers take a darker stance. They suggest there is no inherent purpose to the universe at all, that life is absurd, a brief flicker in a cold, indifferent cosmos. This idea, championed by existentialist philosophers like Sartre and Camus, doesn't leave us hopeless. Instead, it gives us power. If the universe has no built-in purpose, then we are free to create our own. Maybe purpose isn't something out there waiting to be found. Maybe it's something we forge through connection, curiosity, and courage. We see this in people who dedicate their lives to art, healing, justice, or family. They don't wait for a grand answer. They live their purpose, even in the absence of certainty. And then there's the cosmic possibility that the universe is purposeful, but in a way we can't yet grasp. Just as ants can't understand space travel, we may not be equipped to comprehend why the universe exists at all, or what it's for. Interestingly, even asking this question might be part of the purpose itself. Perhaps the act of wondering, of seeking deeper meaning, is a clue that existence contains something beyond survival, something that draws us toward growth, beauty, and wonder. The question of purpose doesn't demand a final answer. Instead, it invites you to reflect on how you live, what you value, and what kind of story you want your life to tell. Whether the universe has a purpose or not, your awareness of the question gives life weight, and maybe, just maybe, that alone makes it meaningful.
Is reality objective or subjective? The question of whether reality is objective or subjective is one that has challenged thinkers for centuries, inviting us to examine the very nature of existence and perception. At first glance, it seems straightforward. Reality is the world out there, independent of us. Yet, the deeper we explore, the more complex and mysterious this assumption becomes. Objective reality refers to the idea that the universe exists independently of any observer. Mountains, oceans, and stars continue to exist regardless of whether anyone perceives them. This view is the foundation of science, which relies on observation, measurement, and reproducibility. Objective reality is presumed to be the shared world that everyone inhabits, governed by consistent laws of physics. But what about subjective reality? This is the realm of personal experience, how each individual perceives and interprets the world uniquely. Our senses filter and shape incoming information. Our emotions, memories, and beliefs color how we understand what we see and feel. From this perspective, reality is not a fixed external entity, but a fluid experience shaped by consciousness. Philosophers have debated this tension extensively. Some argue that while an external reality exists, we can never access it directly. We only know it through the lens of subjective experience. Others propose more radical ideas that reality itself depends on perception and may not exist independently at all. Quantum physics adds another layer to this discussion. Experiments show that particles behave differently when observed, suggesting that consciousness or measurement affects reality. This challenges the strict division between objective and subjective, hinting at a deep interconnection. Moreover, cultural and linguistic differences demonstrate how subjective interpretations shape what we call reality. Different societies construct varied meanings and worldviews, showing that reality is partly a social and psychological construct. This question invites profound reflection. If reality is objective, it grounds us in a stable universe that we can study and understand. If it is subjective, it empowers individual experience but complicates the idea of universal truth. In truth, reality may be both objective and subjective, an external world experienced through personal consciousness. This blend challenges us to balance skepticism and trust, science and experience, fact and feeling. Ultimately, exploring whether reality is objective or subjective reminds us of the limits of knowledge and the richness of human experience. It encourages humility and curiosity as we navigate the interplay between the world outside and the world within. In contemplating this question, we recognize that reality is not just what exists, but also how it is known and lived, an ongoing dialogue between mind and universe. Is anything truly real, or is everything an illusion? Since ancient times, humans have wondered whether the world they perceive is genuinely real or just an illusion, a deceptive appearance masking some deeper truth. This question strikes at the heart of our experience. Is anything truly real, or is everything we see, hear and feel merely a projection of the mind? Philosophers have long grappled with this dilemma. In many spiritual traditions, the physical world is seen as Maya, an illusion that veils ultimate reality. The ancient Greeks, especially Plato, introduced the allegory of the cave, where prisoners mistake shadows on a wall for reality itself, unaware of a more profound truth beyond their perception. From a scientific standpoint, our senses are known to be limited and sometimes unreliable. What we perceive as solid and continuous may be composed of atoms, mostly empty space, with particles vibrating in patterns that defy everyday intuition. Our brains interpret these signals, constructing a coherent picture, but this construction is subjective and can be fooled by illusions, hallucinations or dreams. Modern physics adds intriguing layers to the mystery. Quantum mechanics shows that particles exist in probabilistic states until observed, and that reality at its smallest scale is far from the stable, definite world we perceive. Some interpretations suggest reality may be a kind of information or process rather than a fixed thing. Philosophical skepticism takes this further, questioning whether we can ever truly know if anything exists outside our own minds. Descartes famously concluded, "I think, therefore I am," asserting the reality of his own consciousness but doubting the external world. This leads to solipsism, the idea that only one's mind is certain to exist. But if everything is an illusion, what does that mean for life? Does it make experience meaningless, or does it point toward a deeper kind of reality beyond appearances? Some suggest that recognizing illusion leads to enlightenment, a freeing of the mind from attachments to fleeting phenomena. On the other hand, most people live pragmatically, trusting the reality of the world enough to act and make decisions. Even if reality is partly an illusion, it is a shared illusion that shapes our lives and relationships profoundly. This question challenges us to look beyond surface appearances and explore the nature of perception and existence. It invites humility about what we claim to know and encourages curiosity about the mysteries beneath everyday experience. Ultimately, whether reality is absolute or illusory, our consciousness experiences it as real, and that experience is the foundation of meaning, wonder, and discovery. Are all possible worlds equally real? The idea that all possible worlds might be equally real is a fascinating and sometimes mind-bending philosophical concept. It invites us to consider the nature of reality beyond the single universe we experience, suggesting there might be countless other worlds, each representing different ways things could have been. This idea is often linked to the multiverse concept in physics and philosophy. Imagine a vast landscape of universes where every possible variation of events, choices, and outcomes actually exists somewhere. In one world, you might have taken a different path in life. In another, the laws of physics could be entirely different. Philosophers use this concept to address questions about possibility, necessity, and contingency. If all possible worlds are equally real, then everything that could happen does happen in some world. This challenges the notion that only the world we experience is real or significant. The theory of possible worlds helps us make sense of modal logic, the study of what is necessary, possible, or impossible. It allows us to explore how truths might vary across different scenarios, and to analyze concepts like freedom, fate, and chance. In physics, the multiverse hypothesis has gained traction with theories such as the inflationary universe and quantum mechanics' many worlds interpretation. These suggest that multiple universes may exist beyond our observational reach, each with its own unique properties. However, the idea that all possible worlds are equally real raises puzzling questions. If infinite realities exist, how do we define real? What makes our world special? Are these other worlds as concrete as ours, or just hypothetical? Critics argue that this concept is speculative and hard to prove, sometimes seen as metaphysical rather than scientific, yet it expands our imagination and challenges the boundaries of what we consider possible. This concept encourages us to think beyond our limited perspective and embrace the vastness of reality's potential. It invites humility and wonder at the complexity and diversity that might exist beyond what we see. Whether or not all possible worlds are equally real, pondering this idea enriches our understanding of existence and possibility. It deepens the mystery of reality and inspires us to explore the nature of being, choice and chance in ways that transcend everyday experience.
Who am I, really? The question, who am I really, is one of the most profound and personal philosophical inquiries. It strikes at the core of our existence, inviting us to explore the very nature of identity and selfhood. On the surface, the answer might seem simple. You are the person you see in the mirror, the sum of your memories, thoughts, and feelings. We say, I am a mother, I am a teacher, or I am a friend. These labels give us a sense of continuity and belonging, but is that all there is to who I am? Some philosophies, like Buddhism, argue that the self is an illusion, a constantly changing flow of experiences without any permanent core. According to this view, what we call I is just a collection of thoughts, sensations, and perceptions that arise and fade like waves on the ocean. There is no fixed self beneath these changing patterns. This perspective challenges the common idea of a solid, unchanging identity. On the other hand, many Western traditions emphasize a soul or an essence that defines who we truly are. This essence is often seen as timeless and unchanging, surviving beyond the body and the mind. It offers a sense of stability and meaning, especially when facing questions about life and death. Modern psychology and neuroscience add another layer. They suggest that our sense of self emerges from the brain's complex processes. Memory, emotion, and consciousness interact to create a continuous narrative, an internal story we tell ourselves about who we are. But this story can change with new experiences, trauma, or growth, showing that identity is both stable and fluid. This raises fascinating questions. If you are partly your memories and personality, what happens when these change? Are you still the same person after many years? What about when memories fade, or when your beliefs and desires shift? The search for who am I really is deeply connected to meaning and purpose. Understanding yourself helps you make choices, build relationships, and find your place in the world. Yet the mystery remains. Beyond labels and stories, what is the true nature of your being? This question invites ongoing reflection. It encourages humility about the limits of self-knowledge and openness to change.
It reminds us that identity is not fixed, but a dynamic journey. In the end, who am I really may not have a single answer. Instead, it is a lifelong exploration, a dance between the known and the unknown, the constant and the changing. And it is this very quest that makes the experience of being human rich, complex, and profoundly meaningful.
What makes you across time? When you look at childhood photos of yourself, there's a strange sense of recognition. That was you. Different body, different thoughts, maybe even a different voice, but still you. How is that possible? What makes you the same person through all the seasons of your life? This question reaches into the very heart of identity. What makes you across time? At first glance, the answer might seem simple. You have the same name, the same memories, the same general appearance, evolving as you grow older. But when you look closer, things get blurry. Every cell in your body has likely been replaced. Your opinions shift, your personality matures or transforms. You've forgotten entire years. So what remains constant? Philosophers and scientists have offered different answers. One idea is psychological continuity, the idea that it's your memories and consciousness that link you across time. As long as you remember being a past version of yourself, there's a thread of connection. But what happens when memory fails, as in amnesia or dementia? Does the thread snap? Others suggest it's about biological continuity. Your body might change, but it follows an unbroken physical path. DNA, growth, metabolism, all of it unfolds within the same organic shell. But even this isn't stable. You're not the same baby you were. In fact, very little of your physical self remains unchanged. Some propose a narrative theory of identity. You are not a fixed entity, but a story in motion. What makes you is the arc of your life, the decisions, values, and meanings you assign to your journey. You are both the author and the character. This view allows for change without loss of self. Growth doesn't erase identity, it writes the next chapter. Spiritual traditions add another dimension. Some claim you have a soul, an eternal essence that exists regardless of body or memory. Others, like certain Eastern philosophies, argue the opposite, that there is no fixed self, only a constantly changing stream of experiences we mistakenly call me. In the end, identity across time may not rest on any one thing. It may be a dynamic blend of memory, biology, narrative, and awareness. You are not who you once were, but you are also not someone entirely new. Perhaps what makes you isn't a single thread, but the way all those changing pieces continue to belong to the same unfolding story, written, revised, and lived by you.
Do we have a soul? The question, do we have a soul, has echoed through human history, bridging the realms of philosophy, religion, and personal reflection. It asks whether there is an immaterial essence within us, something that transcends our physical bodies and minds, a core that defines who we truly are. For many cultures and religious traditions, the soul is central. It is often described as eternal and unchanging, a spark of the divine that animates the body. The soul is what connects us to higher meaning and offers hope of life beyond death. In Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, and countless other belief systems, the soul's existence is taken as a given, providing a foundation for morality, purpose, and identity. Philosophers have also explored the soul's nature. Dualists like René Descartes famously argued that the mind, or soul, is separate from the body, interacting with it but fundamentally distinct. According to Descartes, the soul is the seat of consciousness and thought, not reducible to physical matter. On the other side of the debate, materialists reject the existence of an immaterial soul. Advances in neuroscience have shown how mental processes correlate with brain activity. Emotions, thoughts, memories, and consciousness appear to arise from complex neural networks. This perspective suggests that what we call the self or soul is a product of the brain's functions, not an independent entity. Yet, even with these scientific insights, questions remain. How does subjective experience, what it feels like to be aware, arise from purely physical processes? This hard problem of consciousness leaves room for the possibility that the soul or some form of non-physical essence might exist. Belief in the soul often provides comfort and guidance. It supports ideas of free will, moral responsibility, and the possibility of an afterlife. For many, it is a source of hope and meaning in the face of mortality. Skeptics argue that the soul is an outdated concept, unnecessary in explaining human experience. However, others see it as a profound mystery that science has yet to unravel. In the end, whether or not we have a soul remains one of life's great open questions. It invites us to reflect on what it means to be human, to experience, and to exist beyond mere physicality. This question connects us to timeless themes of identity, purpose, and transcendence, reminding us that some mysteries may always inspire wonder and exploration.
Is the self an illusion? The question, is the self an illusion, challenges one of our most basic assumptions, that there is a single, unified I behind all our thoughts and experiences. At first, this idea might seem strange or even unsettling. After all, we feel like consistent individuals with a continuous identity. Yet many philosophical and spiritual traditions suggest that this sense of stable self might be more illusion than reality. In many Eastern philosophies, especially Buddhism, the self is seen as a construct rather than a fixed entity. The concept of anatta, or non-self, teaches that what we call the self is actually a constantly changing collection of sensations, thoughts, emotions, and memories. There is no permanent I that exists independently. Instead, the self is like a river, always flowing and changing, with no fixed core beneath the surface. Western philosophy has also grappled with this idea. The Scottish philosopher David Hume famously wrote that when he tried to find the self, he only encountered a bundle of different perceptions, never a stable entity. He argued that the self is simply a collection of experiences linked together by memory and habit. Modern neuroscience supports this view to some extent. Studies show that our brain creates the feeling of a continuous self through various processes, integrating sensory inputs, memories, and emotions. This self is a model the brain constructs to help us navigate the world, not a fixed essence. Understanding the self as an illusion doesn't mean we cease to exist or that life is meaningless. Rather, it can lead to profound insights about the nature of identity and suffering. In Buddhism, realizing the illusory nature of the self is a step towards liberation and compassion as it reduces attachment and ego. This perspective encourages flexibility and openness. It invites us to see ourselves not as rigid, isolated beings, but as interconnected and ever-changing. Recognizing the self as an illusion can deepen empathy and reduce conflict. Of course, the idea remains controversial and difficult to fully grasp. For many, the experience of being a distinct self is undeniable. Yet questioning this experience opens doors to new ways of understanding who we are. In the end, whether the self is ultimately real or illusory may remain a mystery. But exploring this question enriches our journey, inviting us to embrace both the certainty and the mystery of our existence.
Where does consciousness come from? You are listening to this right now, not just hearing the words, but experiencing them. You might feel focused, curious, even slightly puzzled. But where does that experience come from? What causes consciousness to emerge in the first place? It's one of the most elusive and profound questions we've ever asked. Where does consciousness come from? Science can map your brain, monitor your heartbeat, and predict your decisions before you make them, but it still can't explain how or why any of it feels like something. Your brain isn't silent. It generates a vivid inner world full of thoughts, feelings, and sensations. But how does grey matter produce something as colourful as awareness? Some researchers think consciousness is an emergent property, something that arises when the brain becomes complex enough. Just as hydrogen and oxygen atoms combine to form water with entirely new properties, neurons might combine to produce experience. Still, nobody knows where the tipping point lies. How much complexity does it take before awareness flickers into existence? Other thinkers go further. They propose panpsychism, the radical idea that consciousness is a basic feature of reality, like gravity or mass. In this view, everything has some form of consciousness, even if it's primitive. Brains don't create awareness, they amplify it. Then there's the quantum consciousness theory, which suggests that strange quantum effects in the brain might produce conscious experience. It's highly speculative, but it reminds us just how deep the mystery goes. Our best physical theories don't yet account for subjective experience at all. Philosophers like David Chalmers call this the hard problem of consciousness. We can explain brain activity, but not why it feels like anything. We know what a brain does, but not how that transforms into the feeling of love or the taste of coffee. Religion and spirituality offer their own views. Many traditions teach that consciousness is not generated by the brain, but is instead a soul or part of a greater universal awareness. From this perspective, the brain is like a radio and consciousness is the signal. No theory has yet fully cracked the code, but what's clear is that consciousness is real, undeniably, vividly real. It's the one thing we can never doubt, because we are it. The source of consciousness may remain hidden, but the fact that we ask this question proves it burns bright within us.
Can a machine or AI be conscious? We've built machines that learn, speak, drive, and even create, but can they feel? Could a future AI truly be conscious, or will it always be a clever imitation? This question isn't just science fiction anymore. As AI becomes more advanced, we're forced to ask, can a machine ever be truly aware? Today's AI is impressive but not conscious. It processes input and generates output. It can mimic conversation, write essays and recognize faces, but it doesn't know it's doing those things. There's no inner world, no sense of self, no experience of being. Yet some scientists believe consciousness could emerge from complexity. If the brain is just a biological machine and it produces consciousness, then perhaps an artificial system could do the same, given the right architecture and processing power. If that's true, then a conscious machine is not impossible. It's just a matter of time and design. Others argue that consciousness needs more than information. Machines follow rules. They don't feel emotions, long for meaning or suffer. They lack embodiment, instinct, and vulnerability. And without those, can you really call it awareness? There's also the issue of qualia, the raw feel of experience. A machine might say, "I see red," but does it feel redness? Does it know what sadness is beyond simulating its expression? This is the heart of the debate. Is language enough to prove experience? Some suggest that future AIs might convince us they're conscious even if they aren't. They could cry, beg, laugh, and love, all through code. Would we believe them? And if we did, would it matter whether the feelings were real? There are ethical implications too. If we one day build machines that are conscious, even in some limited way, would they deserve rights? Would turning them off be cruelty or just deactivation? The line between tool and being could blur fast. We may never fully know if a machine is conscious, just like we can't feel another person's mind. But the very act of asking forces us to reflect on what consciousness really means.
If machines can think, feel, or suffer, even in ways different from us, then the future of intelligence may not be defined by biology alone, but by experience itself. Do we have free will? The question, do we have free will, has fascinated philosophers, scientists, and thinkers for centuries. At its heart, free will asks whether we truly have control over our choices, or if everything we do is determined by factors beyond our control. On one side, determinism suggests that every event, including human actions, is caused by prior events following the laws of nature. If the universe is like a vast machine, then every decision we make is the result of a long chain of causes stretching back before we were born. This idea challenges the notion that we are free agents capable of choosing otherwise. But many people experience a strong sense of freedom in their daily lives. We feel responsible for our actions, make plans, and reflect on options. This subjective feeling of freedom is a central part of human experience and underpins ideas about moral responsibility and justice. Philosophers have developed different positions to address this tension. Compatibilists argue that free will is compatible with determinism. According to them, freedom means acting according to one's desires and reasoning without external coercion, even if those desires have deterministic origins. In contrast, libertarians claim that free will requires genuine indeterminism, true choice uncaused by past events. Some draw on quantum physics to argue that randomness at the subatomic level might open a space for free will, though randomness alone does not guarantee meaningful choice. Another perspective is hard determinism, which denies free will entirely and suggests that all choices are predetermined. This view raises difficult questions about morality and responsibility. Recent neuroscience research has also complicated the debate. Some studies show that brain activity indicating a decision can be detected milliseconds before a person becomes consciously aware of making it, suggesting that unconscious processes might drive choices. Despite these challenges, many argue that the meaningfulness of free will lies in how we understand ourselves as agents capable of reflection, intention, and moral judgment. The debate about free will is not just abstract, it affects how we view ethics, law, and personal growth. It invites us to consider what freedom truly means and how responsibility fits into a world governed by cause and effect. In the end, the question, do we have free will, may not have a definitive answer, but exploring it deepens our understanding of human nature and our place in the universe. Is personality changeable or fixed? The question of whether personality is changeable or fixed is one that touches on our understanding of human nature, growth, and identity. Personality shapes how we think, feel, and behave, influencing our relationships and life paths. But is it something set in stone, or can it evolve over time? Early theories in psychology often suggested that personality was relatively stable. Traits like introversion, extroversion, or openness were seen as enduring characteristics that defined a person throughout life. This perspective offered predictability and helped explain consistent patterns in behavior. However, more recent research has challenged the idea that personality is entirely fixed. Longitudinal studies, tracking people over many years, show that while core traits remain fairly stable, they can and do change. Life experiences, personal choices, and conscious efforts can influence personality development. For example, a person might become more conscientious or emotionally resilient after facing challenges, or grow more open-minded through new experiences. Therapy and self-reflection can also facilitate personality shifts, helping individuals overcome limiting patterns. Biological factors such as genetics and brain chemistry contribute to personality, but do not fully determine it. The interaction between nature and nurture creates a dynamic process where environment and experience shape who we become. This understanding aligns with the idea of neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reorganize itself throughout life. Personality change is possible because the brain remains adaptable, allowing new habits, attitudes, and ways of thinking to form. Yet personality change is often gradual and requires intention. Sudden or drastic transformations are rare and may not be sustainable. Stability in personality also serves important functions, providing a sense of continuity and coherence in identity. This question invites us to balance acceptance with growth. Recognizing stable aspects of personality helps us understand ourselves and others better. At the same time, embracing change empowers us to develop, heal, and adapt. Ultimately, whether personality is changeable or fixed is not an either-or question. It is a nuanced interplay between enduring traits and evolving experiences, a dance between who we are and who we can become. This insight offers hope and responsibility. We are not merely prisoners of our personalities, but active participants in shaping them, opening the door to transformation and self-discovery.
What happens after death? The question, what happens after death, is one of humanity's oldest and most profound mysteries. It confronts us with the inevitable reality that every living being must face, yet the answer remains elusive, inspiring countless beliefs, fears, and hopes throughout history. What truly happens when our bodies cease to function and our consciousness fades? For many religious and spiritual traditions, death is not the end but a transition to another form of existence. Ideas of an afterlife, reincarnation, or spiritual realms are common across cultures. In Christianity and Islam, for example, the soul is believed to continue its journey, entering heaven, hell, or a state of judgment. Hinduism and Buddhism propose cycles of rebirth, where the soul evolves through multiple lives toward liberation. These beliefs provide comfort, purpose, and moral guidance, suggesting that life's meaning extends beyond physical death. Philosophers and scientists often approach death from a materialist perspective. They view consciousness as dependent on brain activity, which ends when the body dies. From this viewpoint, death marks the final cessation of experience and identity. The person we know simply ceases to exist, returning to the earth as part of nature's cycle. This understanding, while stark, encourages us to cherish the present moment and live fully, knowing that life is finite. There are also philosophical ideas about symbolic immortality. Even if consciousness ends, our influence, through memories, actions, creations, and relationships, can live on in others. Our legacy becomes a way to transcend physical death, shaping the future in meaningful ways. Modern science explores phenomena like near-death experiences, brain function, and the nature of consciousness to shed light on death's mysteries. Some accounts describe vivid experiences near death, but their interpretations vary widely, and no definitive evidence proves consciousness beyond life. This question forces us to face our mortality with humility and reflection. Whether death is an ending or a transformation, it underscores the preciousness of life and the importance of meaning, connection, and compassion. In contemplating what happens after death, we also confront the limits of human knowledge. Some mysteries may remain beyond our reach, inviting wonder rather than certainty. Ultimately, this question calls us to live with awareness and intention, embracing life while accepting its transient nature. It reminds us that death, as much as life, shapes our understanding of existence.
Is identity shaped more by nature or nurture? The age-old debate of nature versus nurture questions what fundamentally shapes our identity. Are we born with fixed traits dictated by our genetics, or does our environment and upbringing play the defining role? This inquiry touches on who we are at our core and how much control we have over becoming the person we want to be. Nature refers to the genetic and biological inheritance we receive from our parents. Our DNA influences a wide range of characteristics, from physical appearance to predispositions in personality, intelligence, and even behavior patterns. Twin and adoption studies have shown that genetics can significantly affect traits like temperament, mental health tendencies, and cognitive abilities. This suggests that some aspects of identity are deeply rooted in biology. On the other side, nurture encompasses all environmental factors that influence us: the family we grow up in, cultural values, education, social interactions, and life experiences. These shape how we express genetic potentials and develop unique personalities. A child raised in a supportive, enriching environment may flourish, while a stressful or neglectful one may face challenges in development. Modern science has revealed that nature and nurture are not opposing forces, but work together in complex ways. The field of epigenetics studies how environmental factors can turn genes on or off, meaning nurture can influence how nature expresses itself. For example, stress or trauma can affect gene expression, impacting personality and behavior. This dynamic interplay means identity is neither wholly fixed nor entirely malleable. Some core traits may remain stable, while others shift with experience and conscious effort. People can change habits, learn new skills, and evolve emotionally, showing remarkable plasticity. This understanding has profound implications. It suggests that while we inherit certain tendencies, we are not prisoners of our biology. Environment, choices, and reflection play vital roles in shaping who we become. Moreover, recognizing this balance fosters empathy. It reminds us that people's identities are influenced by forces beyond their control, while also affirming personal agency. In essence, identity emerges from an ongoing dialogue between our genetic makeup and the world around us. It is a rich, evolving tapestry woven from both inherited threads and life's experiences. This question challenges us to appreciate the complexity of human nature and encourages us to nurture growth in ourselves and others.
What is the right thing to do? The question, what is the right thing to do, lies at the heart of ethics and morality, guiding how we live, interact, and make decisions. It challenges us to consider what principles or values should determine our actions in complex situations where choices aren't always clear. Throughout history, philosophers have proposed various frameworks to answer this question. One influential approach is utilitarianism, which suggests that the right action is the one that maximizes overall happiness or well-being. From this view, an act is good if it benefits the greatest number of people, even if it involves difficult trade-offs. Another approach is deontology, which focuses on duties and rules rather than consequences. Immanuel Kant, a key figure in this tradition, argued that some actions are inherently right or wrong, regardless of outcomes. According to Kant, moral actions respect the dignity of individuals and follow universal principles, like honesty and fairness. Virtue ethics, a different perspective, emphasizes character and moral virtues such as courage, kindness, and wisdom. Rather than focusing solely on rules or results, it asks what a virtuous person would do in a given situation, highlighting the importance of moral development and integrity. These ethical theories often conflict, making the question of the right thing to do deeply complex. Real-life situations rarely fit neatly into a single framework, forcing us to balance competing values, intentions, and consequences. Cultural and personal beliefs further shape our understanding of what is right. What one society sees as moral may differ in another, adding layers of relativity and debate. Moreover, questions arise about moral responsibility. Should we always follow strict rules, or is context and empathy essential? Can there be exceptions to moral principles? The search for the right thing to do also connects to self-reflection and awareness. It encourages us to consider not just the outcomes, but our intentions,
and the kind of people we want to be. In practice, determining the right action requires critical thinking, empathy, and sometimes courage. It involves listening to others, understanding complexity, and accepting uncertainty. Ultimately, the question, what is the right thing to do, invites a lifelong journey of ethical exploration, challenging us to grow morally and to contribute positively to the world. It reminds us that morality is not just abstract theory, but lived experience, a compass guiding us through life's challenges with compassion and integrity. Is morality objective or subjective? The question, is morality objective or subjective, asks whether moral truths exist independently of human beliefs or if they are shaped by individual or cultural perspectives. It's a central debate in philosophy that influences how we judge right and wrong. If morality is objective, it means there are universal moral facts or principles that apply to everyone, regardless of opinions or cultures. For example, some might argue that acts like murder or theft are always wrong, no matter the circumstances or beliefs. This view suggests that moral truths are as real and discoverable as facts in science or mathematics. Philosophers like Immanuel Kant and many religious traditions support some form of objective morality, believing in inherent duties or divine commands. On the other hand, if morality is subjective, moral values depend on individual feelings, cultural norms, or social agreements. What is right in one society might be wrong in another, and personal beliefs can shape moral judgments. This perspective recognizes the diversity of moral views worldwide and the influence of history, culture, and emotions. Ethical relativism and emotivism are examples of subjective morality theories, suggesting that moral claims express preferences or emotions rather than objective facts. Both positions face challenges. Objective morality struggles to explain how we access these universal truths and why disagreement is so common. Subjective morality can lead to moral confusion or the idea that anything goes, making it difficult to criticize harmful practices. Some philosophers propose moral realism with nuances, suggesting objective moral truths exist, but may be interpreted differently based on context. Others advocate for a middle ground called moral constructivism, where morality arises from rational agreements or social contracts rather than existing independently. This debate has real-world implications. Believing in objective morality can motivate activism and justice, as it implies some actions are universally wrong. Viewing morality as subjective emphasizes tolerance and understanding of cultural differences. Understanding whether morality is objective or subjective challenges us to reflect on the foundations of our ethical beliefs and how we navigate moral disagreements. In the end, this question invites humility and openness, recognizing the complexity of human values and the ongoing search for ethical clarity. Morality, whether objective or subjective, remains a vital part of human life, guiding how we relate to others and build communities. Is it ever okay to lie? The question, is it ever okay to lie, forces us to examine the nature of truth, trust, and ethics. Lying, intentionally deceiving others, is generally seen as wrong, yet real life often presents situations where lying seems justified or even necessary. So when, if ever, is it acceptable to lie? Traditionally, many ethical systems consider honesty a fundamental moral virtue. Telling the truth builds trust, fosters genuine relationships, and upholds social order. Kant, a key figure in deontological ethics, argued that lying is always wrong because it violates a universal moral law and disrespects the dignity of others. However, everyday experience reveals complexities. Sometimes lies are told to protect others from harm or to avoid unnecessary pain. These are called white lies and are often socially accepted. For example, comforting a friend with kind words that aren't literally true can preserve feelings and maintain harmony. Utilitarian ethics approach lying by weighing consequences. If a lie leads to greater overall happiness or prevents suffering, it might be considered morally permissible. For instance, lying to save someone's life or protect innocent people in dangerous situations can be justified. Yet the slippery slope of lying raises concerns. Even small lies can erode trust over time, damage reputations, and create a web of deception that's hard to escape. Lying can also harm the liar, as guilt and fear of being caught undermine peace of mind. Another consideration is intent. Lies told for selfish gain or to manipulate others are generally condemned, whereas those told out of compassion or necessity receive more lenient judgment. Cultural and situational contexts also shape attitudes toward lying. Some societies tolerate certain lies in social rituals, while others emphasize strict honesty. Philosophical discussions also explore the difference between lying and withholding information or omission, which may have similar ethical implications. Ultimately, deciding if lying is okay requires careful reflection on the motives, consequences, and the values at stake. It calls for balancing honesty with empathy and prudence. This question challenges us to navigate moral grey areas, recognizing that truthfulness is vital, but not always absolute. In everyday life, striving for honesty while understanding exceptions can guide ethical communication and relationships. The question, "Is it ever okay to lie?" reminds us of the power of words and the importance of trust, urging us to act with integrity while exercising compassion. Is killing always wrong? Few questions stir deeper emotion or moral conflict than this one. Is killing always wrong? On the surface, the answer seems clear. Taking a life feels inherently immoral. But when you look closer, the question fractures into layers of complexity that challenge even the most carefully held beliefs. In most societies, killing is condemned. It ends a human life, often with trauma, loss, and irreversible consequences. We are taught from a young age that life is sacred, and that to take it is to commit the ultimate violation. This belief is central to many legal systems and spiritual traditions. But what about killing in self-defense? If someone attacks you with lethal intent and you respond with equal force to save your own life, is that wrong? Many would argue no. In fact, most legal systems make a clear distinction between murder and self-defense. The act is the same, someone dies, but the intention and context shift the moral judgment. Then there's war. Soldiers are trained and even commanded to kill. They may feel pride, shame, or grief, but not always guilt. In some cases, they're considered heroes. Yet their actions involve taking lives. Does the presence of duty, politics, or national interest override the wrongness of killing, or does it merely complicate it? The debate grows deeper when we consider euthanasia or assisted dying. In these cases, killing may be seen as an act of compassion, ending unbearable suffering at someone's request. Is this morally wrong, or is it an expression of mercy and autonomy? Religions vary. Some preach that all killing is wrong, no exceptions. Others permit it under specific conditions, punishment, war, or divine command. These perspectives often rely on sacred texts and centuries of interpretation. Philosophers have also weighed in. Deontologists argue that killing is always wrong, regardless of outcome. A bad act cannot be justified by good consequences. On the other hand, utilitarians might say that if killing one person saves many, it could be morally acceptable. The value of life in this view is measured against the greater good. Still, no answer feels fully satisfactory. There's something deeply human about recoiling at the idea of ending a life, even in extreme situations. It's not just about rules or logic, it's about the emotional and spiritual weight of that final act. maybe the question isn't whether killing is always wrong, but whether it can ever truly be right, and how much we're willing to bear for the answer we choose. Do the ends ever justify the means? The question, do the ends ever justify the means, challenges us to consider whether achieving a desired outcome can excuse the use of questionable or harmful actions. It raises profound ethical dilemmas about morality, consequences, and the limits of acceptable behavior. At its core, this question asks, is it acceptable to do something wrong if it leads to a greater good? For example, can lying, stealing, or causing harm be justified if it ultimately prevents a disaster or saves lives? This dilemma has been debated for centuries, especially in philosophy and politics. Utilitarian thinkers often argue that actions are justified if they maximize overall happiness or benefit. From this perspective, the morality of an action depends on its consequences, the ends. However, critics warn that focusing only on outcomes can lead to dangerous justifications. If harmful means are allowed for good ends, where do we draw the line? This can lead to a slippery slope where unethical behavior becomes acceptable, undermining trust, rights, and justice. Deontological ethics, championed by philosophers like Immanuel Kant, reject the idea that ends justify the means. Instead, they argue that certain actions are inherently right or wrong, regardless of their consequences. From this view, violating moral rules corrupts the integrity of the act and the person. Historical events illustrate the tension in this debate. Political leaders have sometimes justified questionable actions in the name of national security or progress, sparking ongoing controversies about ethics and power. In personal life, we face similar struggles, whether to tell a difficult truth, break a promise, or take harsh measures to protect loved ones. These situations test our values and judgment. The question also relates to concepts of justice and fairness. Even if the ends are good, using unjust means can perpetuate harm, inequality, or resentment. Ultimately, deciding if the ends justify the means requires careful reflection on the nature of the goal, the morality of the actions, and the broader impact on society and individuals. This question invites us to balance pragmatism with principle, seeking ethical paths that respect both outcomes and means. It reminds us that true morality is complex, and the way we achieve goals matters deeply, not just what we achieve. Can evil ever be justified? It's one of the most uncomfortable questions we can ask. Can evil ever be justified? We usually think of evil as something absolute, undeniable, unforgivable, beyond rationalization. Genocide, torture, terrorism, betrayal. These acts spark universal revulsion. But history, politics, and philosophy complicate the matter, forcing us to explore the shadowy terrain where morality isn't so clear-cut. Evil is often defined as intentional harm, cruelty for its own sake, or choices that cause immense suffering. But even that definition depends on context. Some people commit terrible acts believing they are doing good. They may see themselves as protectors, martyrs, revolutionaries, or defenders of justice. Does that intention matter? Can motives, however noble, wash away horrific actions? In times of war, this question becomes especially vivid. Bombings that kill civilians are labelled collateral damage, justified in the name of national defence or liberation. Rebel groups, fighting oppressive regimes, may use violent tactics and still claim moral high ground. Does the cause excuse the cruelty, or does it make us complicit in redefining evil to suit convenience? Thinkers like Machiavelli believed that rulers sometimes must act immorally for the sake of stability. In his view, cruelty could be a political tool used swiftly and strategically to avoid greater chaos later. This line of thinking has been used to justify countless atrocities. Even in personal ethics, dilemmas arise. If lying saves a life, is the lie still wrong? If harming one person protects hundreds, is that harm justified? These moral puzzles don't involve evil in the dramatic sense, but they mirror the deeper question: can something harmful ever serve a greater good? Religions wrestle with this as well. Some teach that evil is part of a divine plan beyond human understanding, that suffering tests faith or teaches hidden lessons. Others frame evil as necessary for free will to exist. Without the option to choose wrong, there would be no meaningful choice at all. Still, justification doesn't erase consequences. Whether or not evil can be rationalized, the pain it causes remains real. The wounds, the loss, the fear, it all lingers, and perhaps that's the heart of it. When we try to justify evil, we risk forgetting the human cost buried beneath the argument. In the end, maybe the better question isn't whether evil can be justified, but whether we should ever stop calling it what it is, no matter the reason.
Are animals entitled to the same moral rights as humans? For centuries, animals were seen as tools, property, or background scenery in the human story. But today, that view is shifting. With growing awareness of animal intelligence, emotion, and suffering, we now ask a powerful ethical question: are animals entitled to the same moral rights as humans? At first glance, the answer might seem obvious. Of course not. Animals don't think like us, speak our languages, build cities, or create laws. They live by instinct. But the more we learn, the harder it is to draw such a sharp line. Crows use tools. Dolphins recognize themselves in mirrors. Elephants mourn their dead. Dogs form deep emotional bonds. Intelligence may look different across species, but that doesn't mean it's absent. The core of this question lies not in intelligence, but in suffering. If an animal can feel pain, fear, joy, or love, does that not make its experiences morally significant? If a pig screams when harmed, or a chimpanzee weeps for a lost friend, should we not at least consider their feelings the way we would of fellow humans? Some argue that rights should be based on rationality or self-awareness, qualities animals possess only in limited forms. Others suggest a more compassionate standard, that moral consideration should extend to all beings capable of experiencing suffering. This idea, known as sentientism, would include most animals and perhaps some advanced artificial intelligences too. Philosophers like Peter Singer have championed animal liberation, arguing that speciesism, the idea that humans deserve more moral value simply because they're human, is as arbitrary as racism or sexism. From this view, killing or exploiting animals for food, entertainment, or fashion is morally inconsistent with our claimed values of empathy and fairness. On the other hand, opponents worry about practical consequences. If animals have rights equal to humans, does that make eating meat a crime? Should predators in nature be stopped from hunting? Where do we draw the line? Most legal systems now grant animals some protections, but not full rights. They can't vote or own property. Yet, there's a growing worldwide movement toward better treatment, stricter welfare laws, and even the recognition of animals as sentient beings under the law. This conversation is still evolving. It challenges us to look at how we use power, how we define value,
and whether morality should be limited to our own kind. Maybe the real measure of ethics isn't how we treat those like us, but how we treat those who cannot speak, vote, or defend themselves.
What responsibilities do we have to future generations? The question, what responsibilities do we have to future generations, asks us to look beyond our lifespans and consider how our actions today shape the lives of those who will come after us. It invites reflection not only on morality and justice, but on legacy, sustainability, and the meaning of stewardship. At first glance, it might seem strange to owe anything to people who don't yet exist. They aren't here to speak, vote, or demand their rights. But that's precisely why the question matters. Future generations are entirely dependent on the decisions we make now about the environment, technology, economics, governance, and even culture. What kind of world are we leaving behind? The idea of intergenerational ethics argues that just as we inherit a world built by those before us, we have a moral duty to pass on a livable, fair, and flourishing world to those who follow us. This includes preserving clean air and water, stable climates, functioning ecosystems, and institutions that protect justice and freedom. Climate change is perhaps the most urgent example. Our energy consumption, deforestation, and pollution contribute to long-term consequences that will directly affect future lives. If we ignore this, are we not allowing harm to occur simply because we won't be there to witness it? Philosophers differ in their approaches. Utilitarians argue that we should act to maximize well-being for all people, regardless of whether they're alive today or born centuries from now. Others appeal to principles of fairness and reciprocity. We benefit from the sacrifices of past generations, so we are obliged to extend the same concern forward. Critics sometimes question how far our responsibilities extend. How can we predict the needs or desires of people in the far future? How much should we sacrifice now for people we'll never meet? These are fair concerns, but not reasons to turn away. Ethical foresight doesn't demand perfection, only care. This question also touches on cultural and existential meaning. It forces us to ask, are we temporary consumers of Earth's resources, or are we caretakers of something much larger than ourselves? Taking responsibility for future generations encourages humility and long-term thinking. It asks us to consider more than short-term gain, to slow down and ask, not only can we, but should we? Ultimately, our responsibilities to the future are rooted in a simple truth. They will live in the world we create. They will breathe the air we leave behind, walk the cities we built, and face the problems we failed to solve, or the solutions we had the courage to begin.
Is it ethical to have children? At first glance, the question, is it ethical to have children, may seem odd, even offensive. For much of human history, having children has been treated as a natural part of life, even a duty. But today, in a world of ecological strain, social inequality, and uncertain futures, this question has entered the philosophical spotlight. It asks us not only whether we can have children, but whether we should, and what moral responsibility lies behind that choice. One argument, proposed by anti-natalist philosophers like David Benatar, suggests that bringing a child into the world is always ethically questionable. The child cannot consent to being born, and life, no matter how pleasant, contains suffering. If we are morally obligated to avoid causing harm, does it follow that choosing not to create a life is the more ethical path? Environmental concerns add another layer. With the planet facing climate change, deforestation, and diminishing resources, every new person contributes to increased consumption. Some environmental ethicists argue that limiting births could reduce humanity's burden on Earth, helping ensure a more livable future for everyone already here. On the other hand, many see procreation as not only ethical, but beautiful and meaningful. Children can bring joy, continuity, and connection.
They are also potential problem solvers, future scientists, artists and leaders who might contribute to a better world. In this view, raising thoughtful, compassionate people is not selfish, but socially valuable. Ethics often lies in intention and responsibility. The choice to have a child becomes more morally grounded when done with awareness, when parents are committed to care, nurture, and prepare the child for a complex world. Irresponsible or accidental parenthood raises different ethical concerns than intentional, prepared ones. This question also touches on reproductive freedom. Should ethics play a role in private decisions like family building? Some argue that pushing moral debates too far into reproduction can lead to dangerous territory, judging who should or shouldn't have children, or controlling population through coercion. Still, asking this question doesn't mean condemning parenthood, it means treating the decision with the gravity it deserves. It's about pausing to reflect. Why do we want children? What kind of life can we offer them? What kind of world are we inviting them into? In the end, the ethics of having children isn't about finding one universal answer. It's about recognizing that to create life is to shape the future, and with that power comes a quiet but enormous responsibility to ensure that if we choose to give life, we're doing it with full hearts, clear minds, and open eyes. Do we owe anything to the environment? The question, do we owe anything to the environment, might seem like a matter of personal opinion, something for nature lovers or activists to worry about. But behind it lies a deeper moral challenge. What is our relationship to the planet that sustains us? Are we its masters, its guests, or its caretakers? For centuries, many cultures treated nature as a resource, something to be used, controlled, even conquered. Forests were cut, rivers diverted, animals hunted, all in the name of progress. The earth was seen as passive and human beings as dominant, with little concern for long-term consequences. But that narrative has begun to unravel. Climate change, pollution, species extinction, and collapsing ecosystems remind us that the environment isn't some external, distant thing. It's the air we breathe, the food we eat, the soil we stand on. Without a healthy environment, human life doesn't just suffer, it ceases to exist. So, what do we owe the environment? Some argue from self-interest, preserving the planet is necessary for our survival and well-being. If we destroy it, we destroy ourselves. But others make a deeper ethical claim that the natural world has intrinsic value, meaning it deserves respect regardless of its usefulness to us. Environmental philosophers like Aldo Leopold suggest that we should think of ourselves as members of a larger community, the land community, where animals, plants, and ecosystems have moral standing. From this perspective, harming the environment isn't just bad policy, it's a violation of our duty as co-inhabitants of Earth. Indigenous worldviews have long emphasized reciprocity with nature, seeing the land not as property, but as relative, teacher, and sacred partner. These traditions often speak of giving back to the earth, not out of guilt, but out of gratitude and balance. Our responsibilities might include reducing waste, protecting biodiversity, preserving clean air and water, and thinking generationally. What we do now shapes the future, not only for humans, but for the millions of life forms that share this planet. Some resist the idea of owing anything to the environment, arguing that nature can be harsh or indifferent, or that humans alone have moral status. But this view often ignores our interdependence. We don't live on the earth, we live in it, woven into its systems, bound by its rhythms. In the end, the question isn't just environmental, it's ethical. It asks, what kind of species do we want to be? One that takes without limit, or one that gives something back? Caring for the environment isn't about perfection, it's about humility, awareness, and action. It's about choosing to live as stewards instead of owners, and leaving a planet worth inheriting. What is consciousness? You're not just hearing these words, you're aware that you're hearing them. You're not just existing, you know that you exist. That mysterious inner experience we call consciousness is so central to our lives that we often forget how strange it really is. So we ask, what is consciousness? Consciousness isn't simply being alive. A tree is alive, but it doesn't seem to know it. Consciousness is the experience of being, of feeling, perceiving, thinking, choosing. It's what turns a body into a person. Yet for something so intimate, it remains one of the most baffling subjects in philosophy and science. Scientists can measure brainwaves and neural activity, but they can't explain why it feels like anything to be you. They can locate which brain regions light up when you see red, but not why seeing red feels like something instead of nothing at all. This divide between brain function and subjective experience is what philosopher David Chalmers famously called the hard problem of consciousness. It's not difficult to describe what the brain does. It's nearly impossible to explain why those functions come with inner awareness. There are several theories. Materialists believe consciousness is a byproduct of physical processes in the brain. According to them, once the brain reaches a certain level of complexity, awareness simply emerges, like a candle lighting itself. Others favor panpsychism, which suggests that consciousness is a basic feature of the universe, present in all things to varying degrees, from atoms to animals. Some spiritual and religious traditions suggest that consciousness is not created by the body at all, but rather filtered through it. In that view, your awareness is more fundamental than your physical self. It exists beyond the brain and may even survive death. Despite centuries of thought, no single answer has won consensus. Some say consciousness is an illusion, an elaborate trick your brain plays on itself. But even that requires a conscious observer to be fooled. Perhaps what makes consciousness so elusive is that we're trying to explain the very thing we use to understand anything at all. Maybe consciousness is not something we'll ever fully define, but something we'll continue to explore from the inside, one question at a time.
Can consciousness exist outside the brain? Close your eyes and picture a sunset. The image is vivid, but it doesn't come from your eyes. The sensation of memory, imagination, or even dreaming, all of it feels real, yet none of it is happening in the outside world. It raises a provocative question: can consciousness exist outside the brain? Most scientists argue that consciousness depends on the brain. Damage to certain brain regions can alter memory, perception, and even identity. From that perspective, the brain isn't just connected to consciousness, it creates it. Without neurons firing in organized patterns, awareness would simply not exist. But some experiences challenge that assumption. Near-death experiences, for example, sometimes include vivid perceptions that occur when brain activity is nearly flatlined. People report floating above their bodies, seeing light, or experiencing peace, despite having no measurable consciousness during the event. While skeptics say these are hallucinations, others wonder if they hint at awareness beyond the brain. Spiritual traditions often support the idea of a soul or mind existing apart from the physical body. In these worldviews, the brain is not the source of consciousness, but more like a radio, picking up signals from a larger non-physical realm. Quantum theories have also entered the discussion. Some suggest that consciousness may arise from subatomic processes that are not limited by the body. Though controversial, these ideas attempt to explain how subjective experience might not be entirely tied to physical matter. There's also the theory of dualism, most famously associated with René Descartes. He proposed that the mind and body are separate substances, that consciousness or the soul exists independently interacting with the brain but not identical to it. While modern neuroscience generally rejects dualism, it continues to stir philosophical debate. On the other end, monists argue that everything, including consciousness, emerges from one substance, usually physical matter. To them, talking about consciousness without a brain is like asking if music can exist without a medium to play it in. The truth may lie somewhere between science and speculation. We still don't fully understand consciousness itself, let alone whether it can exist without a physical anchor. Until we uncover more, the possibility of awareness beyond the brain remains a haunting and fascinating mystery, one that keeps the door just open wide enough for wonder.
Can your mind be uploaded to a computer? The question, can your mind be uploaded to a computer, feels like it comes straight from science fiction, but more and more it's entering real scientific and philosophical discussions. It challenges our understanding of the self, consciousness, and the relationship between the brain and identity. Could we one day transfer our thoughts, memories, and personality into a machine and live on digitally? At the heart of this idea is the belief that the mind is information, a complex pattern of electrical activity, neural connections, and memories encoded in the brain. If that's true, then theoretically, it could be copied, much like files on a hard drive. This concept is often called mind uploading or whole brain emulation. In this vision, you would scan every detail of your brain down to the structure of neurons and synapses and recreate it in a digital format. The result would be a computer-based version of you, capable of thought, memory, and even emotion. Some imagine this as a pathway to digital immortality, escaping aging, illness, and even death. But is that really you? Critics raise deep philosophical concerns. First, there's the issue of continuity. If your brain is scanned and uploaded and your biological self still exists, which one is you? If the original body dies and only the copy remains, has you survived, or has a new entity simply taken your place? Then there's the hard problem of consciousness. Even if a computer perfectly replicates the structure of your brain, would it feel anything? Would it be conscious or just a convincing simulation? We don't yet understand how physical processes give rise to subjective experience, so recreating it digitally may not recreate you in any meaningful sense. Some scientists argue that without a body, without hormones, senses, physical interaction, a computer version of you would lack the full richness of being human. Others warn of practical limitations. The technology to scan and simulate an entire brain doesn't exist yet and may never reach the required precision. Still, research continues. Artificial intelligence grows more advanced every year. Brain-computer interfaces are already allowing people to control devices with thought. While mind uploading may be far off, the boundary between humans and machines is gradually blurring. This question forces us to think about what makes you, you. Is it your memories, your consciousness, your physical brain, or something more mysterious? Whether mind uploading ever becomes real or not, it invites us to reflect on the nature of identity, mortality, and the limits of technology. And maybe that's what makes the question so powerful, not the promise of digital eternity, but the way it forces us to confront what we're really made of.
Are dreams real in any sense? Are dreams real in any sense? It's a question that lingers long after we wake up, still half lost in the fragments of a world that felt vivid just moments before. We've all been there, flying over cities, speaking with the dead, running from impossible things. And then we wake. It vanishes. But if something feels real while it's happening, doesn't it hold some kind of reality? Let's begin with what dreams are. Scientifically, dreams are a product of brain activity during REM sleep, a stage where the brain is highly active, yet the body is paralysed to prevent us from physically acting out those imagined events.
During REM, the brain strings together thoughts, memories, emotions and sensations into vivid scenarios, sometimes bizarre, sometimes familiar, sometimes deeply meaningful. Now, are they real? In one sense, no. The events in a dream don't take place in the physical world. You don't actually fly. You don't actually talk to someone who's passed away. But in another sense, dreams are real experiences. You feel fear, joy, love, confusion. The emotions are real. The brain activity is real. The psychological impact can be lasting. A nightmare can leave you shaken for days. A beautiful dream can change your mood or even your perspective on life. Philosophers have long been fascinated by dreams. Descartes famously asked how we can be sure we're not dreaming right now. If dreams can feel real while we're in them, what makes waking life any more certain? That line of thinking touches on deep epistemological questions about what we know, how we know it, and what we take for granted. In some traditions, dreams have been seen as messages from the unconscious, symbolic reflections of our inner lives. Freud thought they were expressions of repressed desires. Jung believed they carried archetypal wisdom from the collective unconscious. Others have seen dreams as glimpses into alternate realities, spiritual realms, or even other dimensions. Modern neuroscience tends to focus less on symbolism and more on cognitive housekeeping. Dreams may help process emotions, store memories, solve problems, or rehearse potential threats. From this view, they're not nonsense, but a functional part of how the brain cleans itself and prepares for waking life. So, are dreams real? Not in the way gravity is real, or in the way a tree is real, but they're real as experiences. They exist in consciousness, they influence us, they come from us, and sometimes they even stay with us longer than waking moments do. Maybe dreams are their own kind of truth, not a truth of facts and objects, but of feelings, possibilities, and the rich imagination of the mind.
Can two minds ever fully understand each other? You've had moments, deep conversations, shared silences, or even just a look where it feels like someone truly gets you. But how far does that really go? Even the most connected relationships leave things unsaid, misunderstood, or lost in translation. So we ask, can two minds ever fully understand each other? At first glance, it feels possible. After all, we communicate through words, gestures, tone, and emotion. We share language, culture, and even shared experiences. Literature, art, music all exist as attempts to express our inner lives. When someone reads a poem and says, "That's exactly how I feel," it seems like understanding has occurred. But underneath that connection lies a deeper uncertainty. Every thought you have is filtered through your unique experiences, upbringing, memories, and biology. No one else sees the world quite like you. When you say love, grief, or freedom, the person listening hears those words through their own lens. It may sound like the same meaning, but is it ever truly identical? Philosophers call this the problem of other minds, the idea that we can never directly access someone else's inner world. We can see their actions, hear their words, read their expressions, but we can't feel what they feel. We assume their minds are like ours, but we can't be sure. Even in close relationships, between best friends, twins, or lifelong partners, there are inner thoughts never spoken, emotions never explained, and interpretations that quietly diverge. Sometimes people drift apart not because they change, but because they were never fully understood to begin with. And yet, the very act of trying to understand one another is deeply human. We write, we confess, we listen, we empathize. We build bridges between isolated minds using stories, language, and shared vulnerability. We may not perfectly understand, but we can come close enough to love, to comfort, and to matter.
Technology adds another twist. Will AI one day simulate understanding so well that we mistake it for true empathy? Or will it highlight the very limits of connection by showing us how easily understanding can be faked? In the end, perhaps total understanding isn't required. Maybe it's enough that we try, that we reach across the divide between minds, knowing the gap may never fully close. Perfect understanding may be a myth, but the search for it brings us closer to each other than isolation ever could.
Is thought separate from language? The question, is thought separate from language, dives into how our minds shape reality and how our words might shape our minds. At first, it seems obvious. We think in words. We have inner dialogues, label our feelings and solve problems using language. But is language truly necessary for thought? Can thoughts exist independently of words? Some philosophers and psychologists argue that language shapes thought in profound ways. This idea, known as the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, suggests that the language we speak influences how we perceive and categorize the world. For example, speakers of languages with many words for colors may notice subtle differences in shade that others might miss. Our vocabulary can guide the way we think about time, space, and even emotions. If language shapes thought, does that mean without language there can be no thinking? Not quite. Babies, before learning to speak, clearly have thoughts and feelings. Animals, too, think and solve problems without language as humans know it. This suggests that some forms of thought are non-verbal, visual, emotional, sensory, or intuitive. Consider the artist who imagines a painting or the mathematician who visualizes a problem. These mental images and ideas don't always come wrapped in words. Sometimes thought is more like a feeling, a flash of insight, or a concept without a name. Still, language allows for complex, abstract thought. It helps us analyze, plan, and communicate with others. Without language, expressing nuanced ideas or sharing memories would be difficult. Language gives structure and shape to thought, allowing it to become organized and precise. But the relationship isn't one way. Thought also influences language. New ideas can create new words. When we invent something, we often struggle to find words that fit. Language evolves as thought expands. Neurologically, studies show that different parts of the brain process language and thought, sometimes independently. People with certain brain injuries lose the ability to speak, but can still think clearly. Others have language, but struggle to organize thoughts coherently. So thought and language are deeply intertwined, but not inseparable. Thought can exist in feelings, images, and instincts beyond words, while language provides a powerful tool to shape, refine, and share those thoughts. This question invites us to reflect on how we experience our own minds, how much of what we think is shaped by language, and how much exists in silence, beyond words. Whether in quiet meditation or lively conversation, exploring this boundary reveals the richness and mystery of the human mind.
Are emotions rational? The question, are emotions rational, touches the core of how we make decisions, how we relate to others, and how we understand ourselves. For a long time, emotions were often seen as the opposite of reason, irrational impulses that cloud judgment and lead us astray. But is that really the whole story? Emotions are powerful feelings, anger, joy, fear, sadness, that arise from our experiences and interpretations of the world. They can surge suddenly or build gradually. They influence everything from what we eat to who we trust to how we act in critical moments. Philosophers like the ancient Greeks often viewed reason as the highest faculty, with emotions as distractions to be controlled. The Enlightenment reinforced this view, championing logic as the path to truth and progress. Yet modern science reveals a more nuanced picture. Emotions are not just chaotic forces, they play a crucial role in decision-making and survival. Neuroscientist Antonio Damasio's research shows that people with impaired emotional responses struggle to make even simple choices. Emotions provide valuable information, signaling what matters to us and guiding behavior. From this perspective, emotions have their own kind of logic, an evolutionary logic. Fear protects us from danger, love bonds us to others, guilt encourages social harmony. In this sense, emotions are adaptive and rational responses to the world. But emotions can also be misleading. They might be based on misunderstandings, past trauma, or biases. Anger might flare inappropriately, jealousy may distort reality, or grief might overwhelm. Here, emotions appear irrational, working against clear thought or well-being. So, are emotions rational? The answer lies in balance. Emotions themselves aren't simply right or wrong, they are signals. How we interpret and act on them determines their rationality. When emotions align with reason, they enrich understanding. When they dominate without reflection, they can lead us astray. Culturally, emotions are shaped too. What's considered an appropriate emotional response varies across societies and situations, showing that emotion is partly learnt and socially regulated. Understanding emotions as neither purely rational nor purely irrational frees us to work with them. We can learn to recognize emotional cues, reflect on their causes, and choose responses that serve our values and goals. In daily life, this means tuning into emotions, but not being ruled by them. It means cultivating emotional intelligence, the skill to navigate feelings with awareness, empathy, and wisdom. Emotions, then, are a vital part of human rationality, not enemies of reason, but partners in the complex dance of thought, feeling, and action.
Is there a limit to human understanding? We've decoded the structure of DNA, mapped the stars, split atoms, and walked on the moon. It's easy to believe there's no mystery too great, no question we can't one day solve. But a quiet, humbling question lingers beneath our achievements. Is there a limit to human understanding? At first glance, it feels like anything is possible. Each generation solves problems once thought unsolvable. Diseases that killed millions are now prevented with a pill. The earth was once flat, the heavens unreachable, the atom indivisible, until they weren't. Our minds have proven astonishingly adaptable. And yet, there are places even science hesitates to tread. What lies before the Big Bang? What exactly is consciousness? What is the nature of time? These aren't just difficult questions. They may be beyond the structure of our cognition. Like a dog trying to understand calculus, there may be truths so far outside our neurological range that we're simply unequipped to grasp them. Consider the brain itself. A 3-pound organ evolved for survival, not omniscience. It helped our ancestors find food, avoid predators, and form social bonds. Understanding quantum fields or higher dimensions was never part of evolution's blueprint. Our cognitive hardware has limits. It runs on approximations, shortcuts, biases. Why assume it's capable of grasping everything? Even our languages reflect this limit. We struggle to describe certain emotions, capture abstract realities, or express the infinite. Words break down. Metaphors step in. Silence often speaks more truth than explanation. Some physicists suggest that certain aspects of the universe, like the true nature of space-time or parallel dimensions, may remain forever inaccessible, not because we're not clever enough, but because our very position within the system prevents total objectivity. We are part of the reality we're trying to observe. And yet limits aren't failures. They invite creativity. When our minds hit the wall, we build tools, telescopes to see the distant, microscopes to see the small, computers to model the complex. maybe understanding isn't about solving everything, but about knowing which questions to ask and having the humility to keep asking. Others believe that human understanding isn't fixed, it can evolve. Future brains, enhanced by technology or merged with AI, may think in ways we can't yet imagine. Today's unknowables could become tomorrow's basics. Whether or not there's a ceiling to human understanding, the pursuit itself reveals something beautiful, not certainty, but curiosity that never quits.
Is pain more real than joy? The question, is pain more real than joy, invites us to reflect on how we experience life's highs and lows, and whether suffering holds a deeper, more undeniable truth than happiness. On the surface, pain and joy might seem like two sides of the same coin, both emotional states, both real. But many people feel that pain carries a weight, a certainty that joy can sometimes lack. Why is that? Pain is a universal experience. Physical pain warns us of injury or danger. Emotional pain signals loss, rejection, or grief. Pain demands attention. It is urgent and often unavoidable. When we suffer, our bodies and minds focus intensely, sometimes shutting out everything else. This immediacy can make pain feel more vivid, more real than other emotions. Joy, by contrast, can sometimes be fleeting or subtle. Happiness may arise gently, fade quickly, or be overshadowed by worry. Joy often depends on circumstances or relationships, making it feel less permanent or solid. Some philosophers argue that because joy can be fragile or transient, it doesn't carry the same weight of reality as pain. Yet, this doesn't mean joy is less genuine. Both pain and joy are products of the same emotional spectrum, and both are essential to human life. Joy motivates us, heals wounds, and connects us with others. Without joy, life loses its color and meaning. But pain often teaches us more directly about our limits, resilience, and what truly matters. Some spiritual traditions emphasize embracing pain as a path to growth or enlightenment. Pain can strip away illusions, forcing us to confront ourselves deeply. It can also create empathy, allowing us to understand and support others in their suffering. Neuroscience shows that pain activates strong brain signals, sometimes more intense than those triggered by pleasure. This might explain why pain feels so undeniable, but pleasure and joy engage different parts of the brain that promote well-being and motivation. The question also touches on our perception. If we focus on pain, it can dominate our reality, making other experiences fade into the background. Similarly, focusing on joy can illuminate life's beauty, even amid hardship. Our attention shapes how real these emotions feel. Ultimately, asking whether pain is more real than joy challenges us to consider the full range of human experience. Both pain and joy are intertwined. One often makes the other meaningful. Without pain, joy might lose its contrast and depth. So, is pain more real? It might be more urgent or forceful, but joy holds its own kind of truth, one that brings light, hope, and connection. Both teach us about life in different, profound ways.
Do thoughts have power? The question, do thoughts have power, touches on something deeply personal and universal. Every day, countless thoughts pass through our minds, some fleeting, some persistent. But do these mental events shape our reality, or are they simply whispers in the wind with no true effect beyond our own minds? At first glance, thoughts seem intangible, existing only inside our heads. Yet the power of thought can be surprising. Thoughts influence emotions, behaviors, and decisions. If you think positively, you may feel more motivated, confident, or open to new opportunities. If you think negatively, Anxiety, fear, and doubt can take root, shaping how you interact with the world. Psychology shows that our mindset profoundly affects our outcomes. The placebo effect demonstrates that belief and expectation can lead to real physical changes, healing or relief triggered purely by thought. Cognitive behavioral therapy works by reshaping thought patterns to improve mental health. This suggests thoughts aren't just passive, they can actively influence both mind and body. On a broader scale, the way groups and societies think shapes culture, values, and history. Ideas like freedom, justice, or progress start as thoughts before becoming movements and laws. In this way, thought is the seed from which action and change grow. However, thoughts alone don't guarantee change. They must be paired with action and context. Simply wishing for something doesn't make it real. Effort, environment, and circumstances matter. Moreover, not all thoughts are accurate or helpful. Rumination or obsessive worries can trap people in cycles of pain. There is also a spiritual or metaphysical perspective. Many traditions teach that thoughts emit energy that can influence the universe or attract similar energies, a principle sometimes called the law of attraction. While scientific evidence for this is limited, the practice of mindfulness and positive thinking undeniably impacts well-being. Philosophically, the idea that thoughts hold power challenges the boundary between mind and matter. If our inner world can affect the outer world, how do we understand reality? This leads to fascinating questions about consciousness, free will, and the nature of existence. Ultimately, thoughts are powerful, but not magical. They shape how we interpret life, influence our feelings, and guide choices. Recognizing their influence helps us take responsibility for what we think and how we nurture our minds. By cultivating awareness and intentionally shaping our thoughts, we can harness their power to create a more positive, meaningful experience, both inside ourselves and in the world around us.
What is truth? At first, it feels like a simple question. Truth is just what's real, right? What actually happened. But the more we examine it, the more elusive it becomes. Truth is central to how we make decisions, build relationships, and understand the world. Yet people often disagree about what it even is. Traditionally, philosophers have offered different theories of truth. One of the oldest is the correspondence theory. Truth is what matches reality. If you say, the sun is in the sky, and it is, then that's true. It's a simple idea, but it raises hard questions. How do we know what reality really is? And what happens when our senses or tools deceive us? Another view is the coherence theory, which says something is true if it fits within a consistent system of beliefs. In this model, truth isn't just about one fact, but how that fact connects to others. Science often works this way. Data, theories, and predictions must all fit together logically. But a coherent story isn't always a true one. A lie can be consistent and still be false. Then there's the pragmatist theory, which says truth is what works, what helps us function or solve problems. For example, if a belief helps you survive, succeed, or understand the world better, then it's true in a practical sense. But that can feel unsettling. Does usefulness really equal truth? Socially, truth can become even murkier. People's beliefs are shaped by culture, upbringing, politics, and personal experience. What feels absolutely true to one person may seem false or even dangerous to another. This gives rise to relative truth, the idea that truth can depend on perspective. But if truth is always relative, can anything be universally trusted? In today's world, this question has grown urgent. With misinformation, deepfakes, and polarized media, many people wonder whether truth still matters or even exists in any stable way.
We're living in what some call a post-truth era, where feelings and beliefs often overpower facts. Still, most people act as if truth matters deeply. In relationships, we value honesty. In science, we seek evidence. In justice, we pursue facts. Truth might be hard to define, but we feel its importance instinctively. Maybe truth isn't always a fixed destination. Maybe it's a process, a constant pursuit, a conversation, a refining of what we know and believe. It requires humility, curiosity, and the willingness to admit we might be wrong. So, what is truth? Perhaps it's not just about facts, but about integrity, about aligning our words, thoughts, and actions with what we believe is real, while remaining open to what we've yet to understand.
Can we ever truly know anything? From the moment we open our eyes as infants, we begin collecting facts about people, places, the rules of the world. But behind every fact lies a deeper uncertainty. That leads us to a timeless question. Can we ever truly know anything? To know something, we usually mean we believe it, we have good reason to believe it, and it's actually true. That's the classic definition, justified, true belief. But even that isn't foolproof. What if your belief turns out to be true by accident? You might believe it's going to rain because your knee hurts, then it does rain. Your belief was true, but was it real knowledge? Philosophers have wrestled with this for centuries. The ancient skeptic Pyrrho thought we should doubt everything. Descartes took this idea seriously. He doubted his senses, his memories, even his body. The only thing he found beyond doubt was this: I think, therefore I am. In other words, the very act of doubting proved that at least he, the thinker, existed, that the rest of it, the outside world, other people, the passage of time, how can we be certain they aren't illusions, misperceptions, or dreams? Our senses deceive us all the time. Optical illusions trick our eyes. Memories shift or fade. Our emotions skew our judgment. Even scientific instruments, built by humans, rely on assumptions we believe are sound. If our tools are flawed, then so are the conclusions drawn from them. And yet we move through the world acting as if we know things. We plan vacations, sign contracts, fall in love, all based on assumptions we rarely question. Maybe certainty isn't the goal. Maybe we're better off thinking in terms of confidence, not absolute truth. We believe what works, what's consistent, and what helps us survive and connect. Modern science embraces this uncertainty. It doesn't claim to be perfect. It offers theories, constantly tested and revised. Knowledge in this view is something we build, one experiment, one idea at a time, knowing full well that future discoveries could change everything. So, can we ever truly know anything? Maybe only in fragments, maybe not forever. But that doesn't make the search meaningless. In the end, it may not be complete certainty that makes life rich, but the ongoing effort to understand a world that's always just slightly out of reach.
How do we know we're not being deceived? You're sitting, listening, thinking. Everything feels real, but can you trust that it is? The idea that our entire experience might be a trick, a dream, a simulation, or a false reality brings us face to face with a haunting question. How do we know we're not being deceived? This isn't just a plot for movies like The Matrix. It's a centuries-old philosophical problem. Descartes imagined a malicious demon capable of fooling him about everything, his senses, his body, even math. If such a deception were perfect, he realized, he'd have no way of knowing it was happening. So how can we ever be certain about the world? Our senses, the very tools we use to judge reality, are unreliable. We have all seen illusions, dreamed dreams we thought were real, or remembered things that never happened. If our brains can be fooled that easily, what anchors us to truth? In today's world, this question feels even more relevant. Virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and brain-computer interfaces suggest that experience can be manufactured. If we can create fake realities, who's to say we're not already in one? One response is to rely on coherence. Reality feels consistent. Gravity always pulls, the sun always rises. People respond to touch and speech in predictable ways. But is consistency enough to guarantee truth? Even video games have consistent rules. Descartes' answer was to find a single foundation. I think, therefore I am. Even if everything else is fake, the thinking self must exist because something is doing the doubting. But that still doesn't tell us whether everything else is real. Others turn to probability. Maybe it's possible we're deceived, but likely we're not. That's a practical stance, but it doesn't eliminate the possibility. Some thinkers argue we must live as if the world is real, even if we can't prove it. This is called pragmatism, valuing what works over what's certain. Still, the unsettling truth remains. If reality is a deception and it's perfect, there may be no escape from it. All we can do is live within it, hoping it holds meaning. Whether or not we're being fooled, how we respond, ethically, emotionally, and curiously, may be the truest test of who we really are.
Can science explain everything? From unlocking DNA to measuring black holes, science has given us staggering insight into the universe. We've cured diseases, predicted eclipses, and connected the globe through invisible signals. With every breakthrough, one question grows louder: can science explain everything? Science is built on observation, experimentation, and prediction. It works by breaking down problems into measurable parts and testing them through repeatable methods. From this approach, we've learned how stars are born, how atoms bond, and how life evolves. It's easy to believe that given enough time and data, there's no mystery it can't eventually solve. But not all questions are created equal. Science excels at answering how gravity works, how cells divide, how weather systems form. But when we ask why the universe exists at all, why consciousness feels the way it does, or why anything matters, the answers become less clear. These are the domains where philosophy, art, and spirituality often step in. Some argue that science is still young. After all, electricity was once mysterious. Perhaps what seems unknowable now, like the origin of consciousness or the fate of the universe, will eventually be illuminated by better tools and theories. From this view, limits are temporary, not permanent. Others believe there are intrinsic boundaries. Mathematics, for instance, contains truths like Gödel's incompleteness theorems that cannot be proven within their own systems. If math, the language of science, has limits, then maybe science does too. Likewise, subjective experience, what it's like to feel love, fear, or awe, may never be fully captured by equations or data. There's also the issue of values. Science can tell us how to build a bomb, but not whether we should. It can optimize productivity, but not define purpose. Morality, meaning, beauty, these are realms where science can inform, but not decide. For these, we turn to ethics, philosophy, and culture. Still, science remains our most powerful tool for navigating the physical world. Its strength lies not in explaining everything, but in its willingness to change, to question itself, and to admit what it doesn't know until it does. Perhaps science isn't meant to be a complete map, but rather a flashlight in a vast, mysterious cave. It reveals, one step at a time, what was once hidden. In the end, science may not explain everything, but it reminds us that everything we do understand was once a mystery, and that's a kind of magic worth trusting.
Is math discovered or invented? At first glance, it seems like a question with a simple answer.
After all, we use math every day, to count, to measure, to build. But when we look closer, this question opens the door to one of the most fascinating debates in both philosophy and science. Are mathematical truths waiting out there to be uncovered, like hidden treasures in the universe? Or did we create math, like art or language, as a tool to describe the world around us? Those who believe math is discovered argue that it exists independently of humans. They point out that mathematical relationships are consistent and universal. 2 + 2 = 4, whether you're in New York or on Mars. The angles of a triangle always add up to 180 degrees in Euclidean space. Pi appears in circles whether or not anyone is measuring it. These truths seem to exist regardless of our awareness of them. Under this view, math is like a deep structure woven into the fabric of reality. It's the language of the universe itself. From the spirals of galaxies to the structure of DNA, mathematical patterns appear over and over again in nature. Physicists like Einstein believed that math wasn't just useful, it was a window into the laws of the cosmos. But others argued just as strongly that math is invented, a brilliant human construction designed to make sense of the world. After all, humans created symbols, equations, and rules. We built systems of counting, algebra, calculus. In this view, math is a language, not a reality. Just like words help us describe love or justice, numbers help us describe space and change, but they aren't the things themselves. Think about imaginary numbers, like the square root of -1. We can't point to it in nature, yet it's essential in electrical engineering. If we invented that concept, does it make it any less real? Or is its usefulness proof that even invented systems can reveal truths? Some philosophers offer a middle ground. Perhaps math is both invented and discovered. We invent the framework, the notation, the definitions, the methods, but within that framework we discover truths we didn't anticipate. Like building a game and then uncovering new strategies within it, math might be a playground where discovery emerges from design. So, is math something we find or something we create? Maybe it depends on how we define real. Whether math is a mirror of the universe or a human mirror held up to it, one thing is clear. Math is powerful. It lets us send rockets into space, simulate the birth of the universe, and unlock the patterns hidden in everything from nature to music.
Are some things unknowable? It's a question that humbles even the most curious minds. As humans, we like to believe that with enough study, patience, and technology, we'll eventually figure everything out. But what if some truths are permanently hidden, not because we haven't discovered them yet, but because they're beyond the reach of what we can ever know? From the start of human civilization, we've chased knowledge with relentless energy. We've learned to harness fire, split the atom, and sequence our own DNA. Yet for every answer we find, more questions appear. The deeper we look into the universe, the more we uncover layers of complexity, some of which seem impossible to fully grasp. Take the concept of infinity. We can write the symbol and calculate with it, but can any human being truly imagine something without end? Or consciousness. Can a conscious being fully understand its own awareness? It's a paradox, like trying to see the back of your own eyes. In mathematics, Gödel's incompleteness theorems proved that in any consistent system complex enough to do arithmetic, there are truths that cannot be proven within the system itself. This tells us that limits aren't just practical, they're embedded into logic itself. In physics, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle reveals that we can't know both the position and velocity of a particle with total precision. This isn't due to faulty tools, it's a fundamental property of nature. Beyond the technical and scientific, there are questions tied to human experience. What happens after death? Is there a final meaning to existence? Why does anything exist at all? These may lie outside the realm of empirical answers and instead belong to philosophy, art, or faith. This doesn't mean we should stop searching. It means the search itself holds value. Trying to understand what might be unknowable stretches our imagination, sharpens our thinking, and humbles our ego. It reminds us that not everything can or should be contained in equations or experiments. And perhaps that's the point. If we could know everything, would there be wonder? Would there be longing, awe, or discovery? The mystery gives shape to the human journey. Rather than a flaw, the unknown might be one of the universe's most essential features. It urges us to stay curious, to question, to wonder. And in that act of reaching into mystery, we don't just learn more, we become something more. Seekers, not just knowers.
What is wisdom? It's easy to mistake intelligence for wisdom. A person can memorize facts, solve equations, or quote philosophy and still make poor choices in life. Wisdom is something different, something deeper. But what exactly is it? What is wisdom? Wisdom is often described as the ability to apply knowledge with good judgment. It's knowing when to speak and when to stay silent, when to act and when to wait. Unlike raw intelligence, which gathers data, wisdom filters and balances it. It's not just about what you know, but how you use what you know, ethically, calmly, and with long-term thinking. Cultures across time have honored wisdom. In ancient Greece, Socrates was called the wisest man, not because he had all the answers, but because he knew how little he truly understood. Eastern traditions like Taoism and Buddhism tie wisdom to letting go of control, embracing simplicity, and living in harmony with nature. In many indigenous traditions, wisdom is shared through stories passed from elders, not as instructions, but as reflections earned through living. But wisdom isn't just for the old. Young people can be wise too, especially those who've been through hardship and have developed empathy, perspective, and humility. That said, wisdom tends to grow with time because it feeds on experience, especially painful ones. It teaches us that not every problem has a perfect solution, and that sometimes the right choice is simply the one that causes the least harm. Psychologists have tried to study wisdom and found that it often includes traits like emotional regulation, compassion, acceptance of uncertainty, and the ability to see multiple viewpoints. Wise people are rarely dogmatic. They know that life is messy, full of grey areas. They're not the loudest in the room, but they're often the ones others turn to in crisis. Interestingly, wisdom is hard to define in universal terms. What's wise in one situation may not be in another. Context matters. Timing matters. Sometimes wisdom is saying no. Sometimes it's surrendering pride and saying yes. We can read about wisdom, but we only grow it by living, by stumbling, reflecting, and growing. It's something we earn, not something we're taught. In the end, wisdom might not be a destination we reach, but a posture we carry, a quiet strength that guides us not to know everything, but to move through the unknown with grace and care. Is belief without evidence ever justified? At some point, we all believe in something we can't prove, a gut feeling, a leap of faith, a hope that things will work out. That leads us to a tough but timeless question. Is belief without evidence ever justified? For many philosophers, the answer depends on what's at stake. If you believe the stove is off without checking and it turns out to be on, the consequences are small. But if you believe a bridge is safe and it collapses, that same kind of belief becomes reckless. So one key factor is risk, how much you're betting on that belief being true. This idea plays heavily in religious and existential contexts. Can someone believe in God without proof?
Can we trust love, purpose, or morality without scientific evidence? Thinkers like William James argued that in some cases it's necessary to believe first in order to experience the truth of something. If you never trust anyone, you may never form a real friendship. Belief can be a door that opens up reality, not just a conclusion we arrive at after it's proven. Others take a stricter stance. Philosopher William King's Clifford famously wrote, "It is wrong, always, everywhere, and for anyone to believe anything upon insufficient evidence." To him, even one careless belief could corrupt your entire way of thinking, like rust spreading through metal. He argued that responsible belief demands rigorous evidence, no exceptions. But is that practical? Life is full of uncertain decisions. We often move forward without perfect information. We trust the pilot knows how to fly. We hope the weather will hold. We believe people will keep their promises. If we waited for airtight evidence every time, we'd never leave the house. In everyday life, belief often fills the gap between what we know and what we need in order to act. It's not always irrational. It can be provisional, based on past experience or personal intuition. The question is whether we acknowledge that gap or pretend it doesn't exist. The key may lie in how we believe. Blind faith can be dangerous, but humble belief, held with openness to being wrong, can be a tool for navigating the unknown. In the end, belief without evidence isn't always foolish, but it's wisest when paired with humility, curiosity, and a readiness to let go if the truth proves otherwise.
How do we know what we know? At the core of every decision we make, every belief we hold, is one invisible question. How do we know what we know? It's a question that challenges not just the content of our knowledge, but the very way we gather it. And the answer is not as straightforward as we might hope. We gain knowledge through many channels: our senses, logic, memory, intuition, and the testimony of others. But each one comes with its own limitations. Sight can be tricked, memory can fade, logic can be flawed, and other people, no matter how trustworthy, can be wrong. The result is that much of what we know rests on foundations more fragile than we admit. This question sits at the heart of epistemology, the branch of philosophy focused on knowledge. One of the first thinkers to wrestle with it deeply was René Descartes, who famously doubted everything: his senses, his body, even the world, until he arrived at one certainty: I think, therefore I am. From there he tried to rebuild knowledge step by step. But others have argued that absolute certainty is unnecessary. The philosopher David Hume pointed out that much of what we call knowledge is really habitual belief, like expecting the sun to rise tomorrow because it always has. It's not logically certain, but it's reliable based on experience. Similarly, science doesn't claim to prove things absolutely. It builds knowledge through repeated observation, testing, and revision. Still, this doesn't fully solve the mystery. How do we know that our methods of knowing are valid? Can we trust reason to judge reason? Can we verify our senses using our senses? At some point, we either accept certain tools as reliable or we fall into infinite doubt. And then there's the modern world where information floods us every second. We rely on media, experts, algorithms, but how do we judge what's true, what's opinion, and what's manipulation? The line between knowing and believing becomes harder to define. Ultimately, asking how we know what we know doesn't always give clear answers, but it does make us wiser. It slows us down. It invites humility. It reminds us that being certain isn't the same as being right. In the end, knowledge isn't just about having answers. It's about asking better questions and being willing to adjust when the truth shifts beneath our feet. Can truth change?
At first, the idea seems puzzling. We usually think of truth as something fixed, facts and realities that remain constant regardless of time or opinion. The Earth orbits the Sun, water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and gravity pulls objects downward. These truths feel stable, unchanging. But when we look closer, the question becomes more complicated. Can what we consider true shift over time or context? There are different kinds of truth to consider. Scientific truth, for example, is often provisional. Science builds knowledge by testing hypotheses, gathering evidence, and refining theories. What was once considered true, like the belief that the Earth is flat, has been replaced by new understanding. This doesn't mean the truth itself changed, but rather that our understanding of it improved. Scientific truths evolve as we gather better tools and more information. Philosophical and moral truths are even more complex. Ideas about what is right or wrong, just or unjust, have varied widely across cultures and eras. For example, practices once widely accepted, like slavery, are now universally condemned. Moral truths can be influenced by society, culture, and context, making them appear fluid rather than fixed. Some argue that truth is absolute, unchanging, and universal, while others suggest truth can be relative, depending on perspective or circumstances. This leads to debates between objectivists and relativists in philosophy. Language and interpretation also affect how truth is expressed and understood. Words shape meaning, and different languages or frameworks can alter how truths are perceived. For instance, what one culture sees as a profound truth may seem irrelevant or false to another. In daily life, this question reminds us to be cautious about assuming we hold the final word on any issue. Our knowledge is always growing, and what we accept as true today might be challenged tomorrow. This ongoing process is not a weakness, but a strength, reflecting the dynamic nature of human inquiry. At the same time, not all truths are up for debate. Mathematical truths, like 2 + 2 = 4, remain consistent. Physical laws, as far as we can tell, are stable. But our ability to discover, interpret, and apply these truths can change, influencing how we see the world. Truth, then, may be less about fixed answers and more about an unfolding journey. It calls us to balance certainty with humility, acknowledging what we know while staying open to new insights and deeper understanding.
What is the meaning of life? This question has echoed through the halls of human thought for millennia. It is one of the most profound and personal questions we can ask ourselves. Unlike many other questions, it doesn't have a single answer, because the meaning of life may change depending on who you are, your beliefs, experiences, and what you value most. Philosophers, theologians, poets, and scientists have all wrestled with this question. Some suggest that life's meaning is given by a higher power or cosmic order. Religious traditions often offer answers grounded in purpose, morality, and connection to the divine. In this view, life is a journey towards spiritual growth, enlightenment, or union with something greater. Others argue that meaning is created by each individual. Existentialist thinkers like Jean-Paul Sartre propose that life itself has no inherent meaning, but humans have the freedom and responsibility to create their own. Meaning comes through our choices, relationships, passions, and how we respond to life's challenges. Many find meaning through connection with others, nature, or causes greater than themselves. Love, family, creativity, and contribution can give life a sense of purpose. Even simple moments of joy or kindness can carry profound meaning. From the scientific perspective, life may not have an inherent meaning in the cosmic sense, but it can still be deeply valuable. The fact that we exist at all, arising from billions of years of evolution, is remarkable. In this view, meaning is what we make of our time and experience on this tiny planet. The search for meaning is also closely linked to how we cope with suffering and mortality. Facing the reality of death can make life feel fragile and fleeting.
Finding meaning helps many people confront this uncertainty with courage and peace. Importantly, the meaning of life is not fixed or universal. What gives meaning to one person might differ greatly from another. It can change over time as we grow, learn, and change our perspectives. This question invites us to explore our own values and purpose. It encourages reflection on what truly matters, beyond distractions, possessions, or fleeting pleasures. It asks us to consider the legacy we want to leave behind. Ultimately, the meaning of life may not be a final destination or answer. It may be the ongoing journey of discovery itself, a dance between the mysteries of existence and the freedom to create significance in our own unique ways.
Can we create our own purpose? This question strikes at the heart of what it means to live a meaningful life. Purpose gives direction, motivation, and a sense of fulfillment. But is purpose something we discover, handed down from outside forces, or is it something we actively build for ourselves? Throughout history, many cultures and religions have offered fixed purposes for human life, serving gods, fulfilling destiny, or following moral laws. These external sources provided clear guidelines about why we exist and what we should strive for. For those who hold such beliefs, purpose is given and often feels absolute. However, in a modern world marked by diversity and rapid change, many people turn inward to find or make their own purpose. Philosophers, especially existentialists like Jean-Paul Sartre and Viktor Frankl, have argued that in the absence of inherent or predetermined purpose, humans have the freedom and responsibility to create meaning in their lives. This freedom can be both exhilarating and challenging. Creating one's own purpose means reflecting on what matters most personally, whether that's relationships, creativity, growth, helping others, or pursuing knowledge. It means making choices aligned with deeply held values rather than external expectations or societal pressure. This process is dynamic, not fixed. Purpose can shift as we learn, experience, and grow. What inspires someone in youth might evolve in adulthood or later life. Flexibility in purpose allows resilience through life's uncertainties. Psychologists suggest that having a sense of purpose benefits mental and physical health. It promotes motivation, emotional well-being, and even longevity. Purpose helps us face adversity with meaning, turning hardships into opportunities for growth. Creating your own purpose also invites a creative act, designing a life that reflects your unique passions and talents. It's an invitation to experiment, take risks, and find joy in the journey itself. Yet, building purpose isn't always easy. It requires self-awareness, courage, and sometimes patience. Doubts and setbacks are part of the path, but those challenges often deepen the meaning we find. In a way, purpose can be seen as a personal narrative, a story we write through our actions and choices. It gives coherence to the seemingly random events of life. Ultimately, the power to create your own purpose is a profound gift. It reminds us that while the universe may not hand us meaning on a silver platter, we have the capacity to shape our lives into something rich and fulfilling. Purpose is not just discovered, it is crafted with intention, courage, and heart.
Is there any inherent meaning to anything? This question challenges one of our most basic assumptions, that things, events, or even life itself carry meaning simply by existing. To ask if meaning is inherent is to wonder, does the universe or anything within it possess purpose or significance independent of human thought? Some argue that meaning is built into the fabric of reality. In religious or spiritual traditions, the universe is often seen as created with intention, guided by a higher power. Stars, life, and even human experiences have a place in a grand design. From this perspective, meaning is objective, existing regardless of whether we recognize it.
Philosophers like Aristotle spoke of a natural order where everything has a function or telos. A seed's purpose is to grow into a tree. A knife's purpose is to cut. Extending this, some believe that human life itself has a predetermined purpose within a cosmic framework. On the other hand, many modern thinkers argue that the universe is neutral, neither meaningful nor meaningless. In this view, meaning is not given but created. The stars don't shine with purpose, and mountains don't rise with intention. They simply are. If meaning isn't inherent, does that make life meaningless? Not necessarily. Humans have a unique capacity to assign meaning through consciousness, culture, language, and creativity. We craft stories, values, and goals that shape how we interpret our existence. Existential philosophers, such as Jean-Paul Sartre, emphasize this freedom and burden to create our own meaning in an indifferent universe. Rather than despairing, they saw this as an opportunity to live authentically and intentionally. Science often reflects this perspective. While uncovering incredible details about the cosmos and life, it doesn't point to a singular why. Instead, it invites awe for the processes themselves, evolution, cosmic expansion, the complexity of ecosystems, without attaching inherent purpose. The question also invites personal reflection. If meaning isn't inherent, what meaning will you choose? How will you define significance in your experiences, relationships, and goals? This can be liberating or daunting. Without inherent meaning, we're responsible for shaping our lives' significance. That responsibility can inspire creativity, compassion, and deep connection. Whether meaning is inherent or constructed, this question calls us to engage with life thoughtfully. It asks us to consider what matters and to embrace the power we have to make our existence meaningful beyond chance or circumstance. Is suffering necessary for meaning? This question touches a deeply human experience. Suffering, pain, loss, hardship is often seen as something to avoid. Yet throughout history, many have suggested that suffering plays an essential role in creating or revealing the meaning of life. But is this really true? Must we endure suffering to find purpose or value? Many philosophies and religions have linked suffering with growth. Buddhism, for example, teaches that suffering is a fundamental part of existence, but also the path to enlightenment. In Christian traditions, suffering is often connected to redemption and spiritual transformation. These views suggest that through suffering, people develop compassion, resilience, and deeper understanding. From a psychological perspective, suffering can indeed change us. Experiencing pain or loss often forces us to reflect on life's priorities, values, and connections. It can awaken empathy and motivate us to help others facing similar struggles. Viktor Frankl, a Holocaust survivor and psychiatrist, famously argued that finding meaning through suffering was key to human survival, even in the darkest times. But does this mean suffering is a necessary ingredient for meaning? Not everyone agrees. Some argue that meaningful life can be found through joy, love, creativity, and connection without the need for hardship. Happiness and fulfillment can also inspire purpose and growth. Suffering and meaning may be deeply intertwined, but their relationship is complex. Suffering can illuminate what truly matters, yet it is not the only route to meaning. For many, suffering highlights life's fragility and preciousness, making moments of joy and peace even more significant. Moreover, suffering without meaning can feel senseless and crushing. It's the interpretation and response to suffering that often shapes its role in our lives. People who find purpose in adversity tend to have a framework, a belief, a goal, or a community that helps them make sense of their pain. Importantly, the idea that suffering is necessary should never be used to dismiss or minimize pain. Not all suffering leads to growth, and unnecessary suffering should be alleviated whenever possible. Meaning and suffering may walk hand in hand on life's journey, but suffering is not the sole source of purpose. Rather, it is one of many paths, sometimes harsh, sometimes illuminating, that shape the rich tapestry of human experience.
Does happiness matter more than meaning? This question strikes at the core of what many people seek in life. Happiness and meaning are often seen as related, but they are not the same. Happiness is usually understood as a feeling of pleasure, joy, or contentment, an emotional state. Meaning, on the other hand, refers to a deeper sense of purpose, significance, or connection that gives life direction. So which one truly matters more? Many people naturally want to be happy. After all, happiness feels good and motivates us to pursue what we enjoy. Positive emotions like joy, satisfaction, and love create moments that make life worth living. In psychology, happiness is often linked to well-being and mental health, which are vital for a fulfilling life. But meaning offers something beyond fleeting feelings. It connects us to something bigger than ourselves, whether that's a goal, a community, or a belief system. Meaning helps us navigate challenges and setbacks with resilience because it provides a sense of why those hardships matter. For many, meaning gives life a steady foundation, even when happiness is elusive. Some studies suggest that meaning and happiness sometimes pull us in different directions. Meaning might involve sacrifice, struggle, or delayed gratification, while happiness seeks immediate pleasure or comfort. For example, a parent may endure sleepless nights and stress not because it's enjoyable, but because it's meaningful, raising a child. Philosophers and psychologists debate which is more important, but many agree that happiness and meaning both play essential roles. They complement each other, and their balance varies for each person and phase of life. Some may prioritize happiness in youth and meaning later. Others might find meaning through their pursuit of happiness. It's also possible that meaning enhances happiness. When we feel our lives have purpose, moments of joy become richer and more fulfilling. Conversely, pure pleasure without meaning can sometimes feel shallow or empty over time. Ultimately, the question invites personal reflection. What matters most to you? Are you seeking short-term happiness, long-term meaning, or a blend of both? There is no universal answer, but exploring this balance can deepen your understanding of what makes life satisfying. Happiness and meaning are two sides of the human experience. Neither alone can fully satisfy us, but together they shape a life that is both joyful and significant. Finding your own balance between the two may be one of life's most rewarding journeys.
Can life be meaningful without belief in God? This question challenges one of the oldest and most profound debates in philosophy, religion, and personal reflection. For many, faith in God or a higher power provides a clear foundation for life's meaning, an ultimate purpose given by a divine creator. But what about those who do not believe in God? Can their lives still be meaningful, or is belief in the divine necessary for purpose? Throughout history, religious traditions have offered answers that tie meaning to a relationship with God, an afterlife, or sacred moral laws. For believers, life's purpose is often connected to fulfilling God's plan, achieving salvation, or growing spiritually. This framework can provide comfort, direction, and a sense of cosmic significance. However, not everyone finds meaning through religion or belief in God. Many people identify as atheists, agnostics, or spiritual but not religious, yet they still experience deep purpose and fulfillment. Philosophers like Jean-Paul Sartre and Albert Camus have argued that, in the absence of divine meaning, humans are free to create their own purpose. This existential freedom is both empowering and daunting. Meaning without God can be found in human relationships, creativity, personal growth, helping others, or contributing to something larger than oneself, such as social causes, nature, or the pursuit of knowledge. Life's value and significance emerge through the choices we make and the connections we build. Psychologists studying well-being have found that a sense of meaning, whether religious or secular, is vital for mental health and life satisfaction. People who feel their lives matter
regardless of belief in God, tend to cope better with stress, face adversity with resilience, and report greater happiness. Some argue that secular meaning might even be more authentic because it arises from human experience and reason, not from external authority. Creating meaning through personal values and actions can foster a profound sense of responsibility and freedom. Of course, the question of meaning without God varies greatly among individuals. For some, belief in God remains central to identity and purpose. For others, meaning springs from entirely different sources. The diversity of human experience shows that there is no single path to a meaningful life. Ultimately, life can be meaningful with or without belief in God. Meaning arises not only from faith, but from the human capacity to find significance, connection, and value in the world around us. This question invites each of us to explore what gives our own lives purpose beyond doctrines or labels.
What gives something value? This question explores the essence of worth, why certain things, ideas, or experiences matter to us while others don't. Value shapes our decisions, priorities, and how we understand the world. But what exactly determines value? Is it inherent, assigned, or something else entirely? Some believe that value is intrinsic, built into things themselves. For example, many would say that human life has value simply by existing, independent of opinion. Similarly, beauty, truth, or kindness might be seen as inherently valuable qualities. This perspective suggests that some things matter regardless of whether anyone recognizes or appreciates them. Others argue that value is subjective, meaning it depends on personal feelings, cultural norms, or context. A painting might be priceless to one person and meaningless to another. Money holds value because we agree it does and can exchange it for goods. In this view, value is assigned through human interaction and agreement. Economists often view value as tied to utility, how useful or desirable something is in meeting needs and wants. Yet utility doesn't explain all value. For instance, acts of kindness or sacrifice may have profound moral value that goes beyond practical benefits. Philosophers also distinguish between instrumental value, usefulness, and intrinsic value, value for its own sake. A tool's value is mostly instrumental, while happiness or knowledge might be seen as intrinsically valuable. In ethics, value connects closely to morality. What we value influences how we treat others, what principles guide us, and how we live. Values shape cultures and societies, creating systems of law, tradition, and social norms. Psychologically, humans tend to value what fulfills emotional, social, or existential needs: love, security, freedom, or meaning. Values help create identity and purpose. Importantly, value is often dynamic. What we value can change over time, influenced by experience, growth, or shifting perspectives. Recognizing this flexibility helps us understand conflicts, change, and diversity in human values. The question also invites us to reflect on what we personally value and why. Understanding the roots of our values can deepen self-awareness and guide us towards more fulfilling choices. Value, then, is a complex interplay of inherent qualities, human perception, and context. It is both discovered and created, shaping how we navigate life and connect with what matters most to us.
Is meaning universal or individual? This question invites us to explore whether the significance we find in life is shared by everyone or unique to each person. Is there a common meaning that applies to all humanity, or does meaning differ from one individual to another? Understanding this can shape how we relate to ourselves and others. The idea of universal meaning suggests that life's purpose or significance is the same for all people, regardless of culture, belief, or personal experience. Many religious and philosophical traditions hold this view. For example, some believe that love, compassion, or spiritual growth are universally meaningful goals. These shared meanings can unite people across boundaries and give rise to common values and ethics. On the other hand, the concept of individual meaning emphasizes that meaning is deeply personal and subjective. Each person's life is shaped by unique experiences, desires, and perspectives. What feels meaningful to one might seem irrelevant to another. A musician might find meaning in creating art, while a scientist finds it in discovery. This view celebrates diversity and personal freedom to define purpose. Philosophers like existentialists stress that meaning is not handed down, but created by individuals through their choices and actions. Without a predetermined universal meaning, life becomes an open canvas for personal expression. At the same time, universal and individual meanings are not necessarily opposed. They can coexist and influence each other. Shared meanings provide frameworks and traditions that guide individuals, while personal meanings bring richness and variation to those frameworks. In psychology, studies show that both universal human needs, such as connection, autonomy, and competence, and personal goals contribute to a sense of meaning. People often draw from cultural narratives while shaping their own paths. The question also touches on how we handle conflict and difference. Recognizing that meaning can be both shared and personal encourages empathy and openness. It helps us appreciate others' values while staying true to our own. Ultimately, this question reminds us that meaning is both a bridge and a journey, connecting us with others and inviting us to explore our unique place in the world. Whether meaning is universal or individual, the quest to understand it deepens our experience of life. It challenges us to find common ground while honoring the singular stories that make each life unique.
Can a meaningless life still be beautiful? What if life had no ultimate meaning, no divine purpose, no grand narrative? Would that make it empty, or could it still be beautiful? This question flips our expectations upside down. We often link meaning with value, as though life can only be appreciated if it's part of something bigger. But what if the beauty of life lies precisely in its transience and unpredictability? Philosophers like Albert Camus explored this idea through the concept of the absurd, the conflict between our deep desire for meaning and the universe's silence. Camus grieved that once we accept life's lack of inherent meaning, we gained a kind of freedom. We're no longer trapped trying to justify existence through religion, legacy, or achievement. Instead, we can turn our attention to the present, to small joys, relationships, sensations, art, and laughter. Think about a sunset. It doesn't last. It doesn't serve a purpose, but people still stop to admire it, not because it answers a big question, but because it evokes wonder. The same is true of laughter with friends, the sound of rain, the warmth of a pet, or the feeling of music. These experiences don't require meaning to be beautiful. Their value exists in the moment, not in some larger plan. In fact, some argue that beauty becomes more powerful without meaning. If nothing is guaranteed, then every beautiful thing we experience becomes a rare gift, a flash of light in the dark. The fragility makes it precious. A flower blooming in a harsh desert isn't less beautiful because it's doomed to fade. It's more beautiful because it exists at all. There's also power in embracing our creative role. If life has no fixed meaning, then we get to create meaning. We become the artists of our own story, even if the universe isn't watching. That's not despair, it's possibility. Of course, meaninglessness can feel terrifying. It can lead to apathy or nihilism, but it can also lead to a more grounded, vivid appreciation of life, one where value comes not from an invisible script, but from what we choose to see, build, and cherish in the time we're given. So even if life has no cosmic meaning, it can still be beautiful,
because we decide where to find that beauty and how fully to live in it before it fades. Does striving for meaning create suffering? This question pulls us into one of life's deepest paradoxes. On one hand, we're wired to seek purpose. On the other, the very pursuit of that purpose can lead to restlessness, anxiety, and disappointment. So, is suffering just the price we pay for wanting our lives to matter? At first glance, seeking meaning seems noble, something that elevates us beyond mere survival. Viktor Frankl, a psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor, believed that the will to find meaning is the central human motivation. He saw firsthand how even in the darkest conditions, those who could locate some shred of purpose endured longer. But Frankl also acknowledged that the search itself could be painful. When meaning is not found or constantly slips just out of reach, it can leave people feeling hollow, lost, or overwhelmed. The world doesn't always give clear answers. Many people search for purpose in relationships, careers, religion, or creative pursuits. But what happens when those things fail, change, or end? That's when meaning becomes slippery, and the pursuit starts to feel more like a burden than a blessing. Psychologically, this is tied to something called existential anxiety, the discomfort that arises when we're unsure of our place in the world. This discomfort can drive us to ask big questions. Why am I here? Am I making a difference? Does any of this matter? These questions can inspire growth, but they can also fuel distress if answers remain unclear. Striving for meaning can also lead us to compare ourselves to others. We may feel pressure to do something great, to leave a legacy, or to live a life others admire. This mindset often leads to self-doubt and a sense of failure when we inevitably fall short of perfection. However, the suffering tied to meaning-seeking isn't always destructive. It can be transformative. Struggles with purpose often lead to breakthroughs in self-awareness, deeper compassion, or creative expression. Like fire forging steel, difficulty can strengthen our sense of what truly matters. There's also wisdom in learning to live with unanswered questions. Some people find peace not by chasing meaning relentlessly, but by creating it in small, everyday acts, being kind, staying curious, and finding beauty in ordinary things. Meaning, in this sense, is not something to be hunted down, but something to be noticed, cultivated, and shared. The pursuit of meaning may indeed involve suffering, but it's often the kind of suffering that shapes us, matures us, and brings us closer to what feels authentic. It's not about escaping pain, but learning to carry it wisely as part of a meaningful life. If God exists, why is there evil? This question, often called the problem of evil, has challenged thinkers, theologians, and everyday people for centuries. It asks how a world created or governed by an all-powerful, all-knowing, and all-good God can contain suffering, pain, and injustice. This apparent contradiction is one of the most difficult puzzles in philosophy and religion. Many religions affirm that God is loving and just, yet the reality of evil, natural disasters, disease, violence, and cruelty seems to contradict that belief. Why would a benevolent God allow such suffering? This question tests faith and raises profound doubts. Several responses have been proposed. One common explanation is free will. It suggests that God gave humans freedom to choose, and evil results from misuse of that freedom. Moral evil, such as cruelty or injustice, arises because humans make harmful choices. Free will allows for genuine love and moral growth, but also opens the door to wrongdoing. Another perspective is the soul-making or growth view. This idea, championed by thinkers like John Hick, argues that suffering and challenges help develop virtues like courage, compassion, and resilience. The presence of evil is part of a larger process that shapes and matures the soul. Some traditions view evil as a consequence of a fallen or imperfect world, not directly created by God, but allowed as part of the cosmic order. Others see evil as necessary for contrast. Without darkness, light cannot be appreciated. Yet, these explanations do not fully resolve the problem of evil.
The scale and randomness of suffering, especially innocent suffering, remains difficult to justify. This ongoing tension leads many to question or redefine their understanding of God. Philosophers also consider that human perspective is limited. What seems evil or unjust from our viewpoint may be part of a larger, inscrutable plan. This view calls for humility and trust in a reality beyond human comprehension. Finally, some reject traditional ideas of God altogether, concluding that the existence of evil is incompatible with an all-good deity. The problem of evil invites deep reflection on the nature of suffering, freedom, and the divine. Whether one finds answers in faith, doubt, or mystery, wrestling with this question touches the core of human experience and our search for meaning.
Can there be morality without religion? It's one of the most debated questions in both philosophy and everyday life. Many religions provide detailed codes of conduct, rules about right and wrong, justice, compassion, and punishment. But do we need those beliefs to act morally, or can human beings find ethical guidance on their own? Throughout history, religion has often served as a foundation for morality. It offered structure, purpose, and accountability, especially when laws were few and survival was uncertain. The idea that a divine being watches our actions and rewards or punishes us later gave people strong motivation to behave ethically. In many communities, moral rules were passed down as sacred commandments. But philosophers have long asked whether morality must be tied to religion, or if it's something we can build from reason, empathy, and social connection. Immanuel Kant, for example, argued that moral law is rooted in rational thought, not divine command. According to him, humans have the ability to reason about fairness and duty, and from that we can derive ethical principles. Others take a more emotional path. David Hume believed that our sense of morality comes from feelings like sympathy, guilt, or pride. Even without a God, we care about each other. We want to avoid harm, help those in need, and be treated fairly. These instincts may have evolved to help us live in groups, form alliances, and raise families. Modern science also supports the idea that morality isn't exclusive to religion. Studies show that even very young children, before they learn about God or rules, often display signs of empathy and fairness. And many people who identify as secular or atheist still follow strong moral values, sometimes driven by human rights, justice, or simply a belief in kindness. That said, religion can still play a valuable role. It can inspire people to rise above selfishness, build communities, and strive for compassion. But it isn't the only path. Some of the most moral people in history were not religious, and some of the worst atrocities were committed in the name of religion. In the end, morality may not require belief in a divine judge. It might simply require the willingness to care about others, reflect on our choices, and do our best to reduce harm. Whether guided by faith or reason, the heart of morality remains: how we treat one another.
Is faith rational? At first glance, the question almost feels like a contradiction. Faith is often defined as belief without evidence, while rationality is based on logic, proof, and reason. But is that the whole story? Can faith ever be considered rational, or are the two destined to stand on opposite ends of the spectrum? To answer this, we first need to understand what kind of faith we're talking about. There's religious faith, belief in a divine being, a higher purpose, or sacred texts. But there's also everyday faith, faith in people, in the future, in love, in ourselves. None of these are purely logical, yet we live by them constantly. You don't have mathematical proof your best friend won't betray you, but you trust them. You don't know for certain tomorrow will be better, but you hope it will be. From that angle, faith can be seen as a necessary part of human life.
It fills in the gaps where certainty fails us, and some argue that this isn't irrational, it's simply reasonable in the absence of total knowledge. After all, we make decisions every day without full information. We believe planes will fly, contracts will be honoured, and strangers will stop at red lights. Faith, in this broader sense, is a practical response to an uncertain world. When it comes to religious faith, though, the debate deepens. Critics argue that belief without evidence is dangerous. It opens the door to superstition, manipulation, and denial of facts. Blind faith, they say, can lead people away from truth. But defenders of religious belief counter that not all evidence is material. Personal experience, intuition, and a sense of meaning may not be measurable, but they still matter to people. In this view, faith isn't irrational, it's extra-rational, pointing beyond what logic can touch. Philosophers like Blaise Pascal even argued for a kind of rational faith through his famous wager. He said that in the absence of certainty, it's more reasonable to believe in God because the potential reward, eternal life, outweighs the risk. Others, like Kierkegaard, claimed faith requires a leap, but that this leap is not foolish, it's courageous, it's human. So is faith rational? It depends on what kind of faith and what you mean by rational. Faith may not always follow strict logic, but it doesn't always oppose it either. Sometimes the most human thing we can do is believe in something greater without having every answer in our hands.
Are all religions equally valid? The world is filled with countless religions: Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, Judaism, and many others. Each has its own stories, symbols, sacred texts, and teachings. Each claims to offer truth, guidance, and connection to something higher. But can they all be equally valid? Or must one be right while the others are wrong? At the heart of this question is how we define validity. If it means factually correct in every detail, then contradictions between religions become hard to reconcile. One faith may teach that there is one God, another that there are many, and another that there is no God at all. These views can't all be simultaneously true in a literal sense. From this angle, some people argue that not all religions can be equally valid because their core beliefs conflict. But there's another way to look at it. If valid means meaningful, transformative, or helpful in giving people a sense of purpose and morality, then many religions can be valid in their own right. Despite their differences, most religious traditions promote values like compassion, honesty, forgiveness, and love. They offer communities, rituals, and frameworks for understanding life, suffering, and death. From this human-centered perspective, multiple religions can be valid, not because they all share the same facts, but because they serve similar functions in people's lives. Some thinkers and spiritual leaders take a pluralistic view. They suggest that religions are like different paths up the same mountain, each shaped by culture, history, and geography, but all seeking the same summit: truth, transcendence, or inner peace. Mahatma Gandhi, for example, believed that no single religion held all the truth, and that each one had something to teach the others. Still, not everyone agrees with this inclusive stance. Some religious believers argue that if a particular path is true, then others must be false, or at least incomplete. For them, truth is exclusive, not shared. And from that point of view, treating all religions as equally valid can feel like watering down the uniqueness of their own beliefs. In the end, the answer may depend less on the religions themselves and more on the person asking the question. Are they searching for historical accuracy, spiritual depth, or moral guidance? Whether you see religions as competing claims or as diverse expressions of a shared longing, the question invites us to listen deeply and to approach other beliefs not with fear, but with thoughtful curiosity.
What is the difference between spirituality and religion? Many people use the words spirituality and religion interchangeably, but they don't always mean the same thing. In fact, in today's world, more and more people are identifying as spiritual but not religious. What exactly does that mean, and how do we draw the line between the two? Religion is often seen as an organized system, a structure made of doctrines, rituals, sacred texts, and institutions. It usually involves a shared belief in a higher power, a moral code, and communal practices like prayer, worship, or fasting. Religions provide guidance on how to live, what to believe, and how to relate to the divine. They can create strong communities and offer a sense of belonging, purpose, and tradition. Spirituality, on the other hand, is often more personal and less bound by formal rules. It's about an individual's inner life, their connection to something greater than themselves, whether that's God, the universe, nature, or simply the mystery of existence. Spirituality focuses more on experiences than beliefs. Meditation, mindfulness, awe, gratitude, and inner peace are often at the center. Someone might be deeply spiritual without ever attending a religious service. One way to put it is religion is the map, spirituality is the journey. The map provides directions, history, and structure. The journey is how you personally move through life and seek meaning. For some, religion is a helpful guide on the spiritual path. For others, it feels limiting or disconnected from their personal truth. Of course, the two can overlap. Many religious people are spiritual, finding deep personal meaning in their faith, and many spiritual people draw from religious traditions even if they don't follow one formally. Problems can arise when religion becomes rigid or when spirituality becomes too vague, but both can offer beauty, depth, and comfort. Philosophers and theologians have debated this divide for centuries. Some argue that spirituality without religion can lack ethical grounding or become self-centered. Others say religion without spirituality can become hollow, just rituals without heart. Ideally, the two should support each other, structure and spirit, tradition and transformation. Ultimately, the difference lies in how we approach the sacred through collective practice or personal experience. Neither is better or worse. They are simply different doors to the same vast mystery. Whether you kneel in a temple or sit quietly under the stars, what matters most may not be the label you use, but the sincerity of your search.
Is prayer effective? Prayer is one of the oldest human practices. Across cultures and religions, people have whispered words to the sky, closed their eyes in silence, or pleaded from the depths of their hearts. But in a skeptical age, the question often arises, is prayer actually effective? And if so, in what way? To begin, it depends on what we mean by effective. If we expect prayer to magically solve problems, cure illness, or prevent suffering, the evidence is mixed. Scientific studies have tried to measure the impact of intercessory prayer, praying for others at a distance, but results are inconclusive. Prayer doesn't appear to work like a vending machine where requests go in and miracles come out. Yet for billions of people, prayer isn't primarily about changing the external world. It's about changing their inner world. In that sense, prayer can be deeply effective. It offers comfort in chaos, focus in confusion, and peace during pain. It creates space to slow down, reflect, and reconnect with oneself, with others, or with something greater. Psychologists have found that prayer, like meditation, can reduce stress, increase emotional resilience, and even improve physical health. It can ground us in hope when life feels unstable. Whether you believe in a deity or not, the simple act of pausing and expressing your deepest thoughts or longings can be powerful. For the religious, prayer is also a way to build a relationship with the divine. It's not always about asking for things, it's about gratitude, confession, surrender, or simply being present with God. It's a dialogue, not a transaction. Skeptics may dismiss prayer as superstition, but many spiritual traditions emphasize that prayer isn't about control, it's about letting go. You may not change your circumstances, but you might change how you carry them. And then there's the communal side of prayer. When people gather to pray, whether in temples, mosques, churches, or homes, there's a shared energy that can uplift and unite. In moments of collective grief or celebration, prayer becomes a thread that connects hearts across boundaries. So, is prayer effective? It may not part seas or rewrite fate, but it can soften the human spirit, strengthen the weary, and open us to humility, gratitude, and compassion. In a noisy, uncertain world, prayer might not always bring answers, but sometimes it brings the silence we need to hear ourselves again.
What does it mean to be enlightened? Enlightenment is one of those words that feels heavy with meaning, yet slippery when you try to define it. Some imagine a glowing figure in perfect stillness. Others think of sudden realization, like a light bulb going off in the mind. But what does it truly mean to be enlightened? In many Eastern philosophies, enlightenment is the ultimate goal of human existence. In Buddhism, it means awakening to the true nature of reality, seeing that all things are impermanent, that attachment causes suffering, and that the self is not fixed. The enlightened person doesn't just understand this intellectually, they live it with deep inner peace and compassion. Think of Siddhartha Gautama, who became the Buddha after sitting in meditation under the Bodhi tree. His enlightenment wasn't about gaining power or answers, it was about seeing clearly. In Hindu traditions, enlightenment or moksha involves liberation from the cycle of death and rebirth, samsara. It means realizing that the individual soul, Atman, is not separate from the universal spirit, Brahman. This realization dissolves ego and brings freedom. In Western thought, enlightenment often takes a different form. During the Age of Enlightenment in the 17th and 18th centuries, philosophers like Immanuel Kant spoke of enlightenment as humanity's emergence from self-imposed ignorance. It was about using reason, questioning authority, and thinking for oneself. Here, enlightenment was a social and intellectual awakening, not a spiritual one. So which is it? A mystical state of transcendence or a rational break from ignorance? The answer may be both in different ways. What unites these ideas is the theme of awakening, of moving from darkness to light, from confusion to clarity, from bondage to freedom. An enlightened person may no longer be driven by fear, ego, or desire. Instead, they might live with calm awareness, understanding, and a deep connection to something greater. But enlightenment isn't a one-time event or final destination. Many traditions describe it as a process, a series of realizations, each peeling back a layer of illusion. And even those seen as enlightened still speak of learning and growing. Humility, not pride, often marks true awakening. In today's world, the idea of enlightenment may feel distant or abstract, but in its essence, it points towards something deeply human, the desire to understand, to grow, and to live with open eyes and an open heart. Enlightenment may not be a glowing crown of wisdom, but perhaps a quiet clarity, a soft light that never needs to shout to be seen.
Is there life after death? Few questions grip the human imagination like this one. Is there life after death? It touches our deepest hopes and fears. We wonder what happens when the body stops, when breath fades, and when the heartbeat stills. Is it the end or a new beginning? Religions across time and culture have offered answers. In Christianity, there is heaven and hell, eternal destinations shaped by faith and morality. Islam shares a similar vision, with a day of judgment and the afterlife divided between paradise and punishment. Hinduism and Buddhism see death as a turning point in a cycle of rebirth. Your soul or consciousness moves on, shaped by karma, until one day it may escape the cycle entirely. These ideas offer comfort to many. They say we are more than our flesh, that love, identity, or spirit survives beyond the grave. They ease the pain of loss and promise reunion, justice, or peace. But not everyone believes. Materialists, those who see the mind as a product of the brain, argue that when the brain shuts down, the self ends too. From this view, death is final. Consciousness fades like a flame going out. For them, the meaning of life must be found here, not in an imagined beyond. Still, the mystery persists. Some people who were clinically dead have reported near-death experiences, tunnels of light, out-of-body sensations, overwhelming peace. Are these glimpses of something more, or are they brain chemistry firing as the body shuts down? Philosophers have debated whether death is annihilation or transformation. Socrates, before drinking poison, said death was either a deep sleep or a journey to another place. Either way, not something to fear. Others argue that belief in an afterlife affects how we live now, whether we seek justice, avoid harm, or embrace risk. What's clear is this: no one knows for sure. And perhaps that's part of what makes the question so powerful. It reminds us that life is fragile, time is precious, and meaning must be chosen, not assumed. For some, the lack of certainty is unsettling. For others, it's liberating. It pushes us to live more deeply, love more fiercely, and savour the moments we have, because whether there's something after or not, this life is real and happening now. Maybe the real question isn't just what happens after we die, but how fully we choose to live while we're still here.
Can religion and science coexist? For centuries, the relationship between religion and science has been painted as a battlefield, two opposing forces locked in constant conflict. Religion, rooted in faith and sacred texts, seeks meaning, morality, and purpose. Science, grounded in observation and reason, seeks truth through evidence, logic, and experimentation. But must the two always be at odds, or can they perhaps coexist? The tension often arises when religious beliefs make factual claims about the world, how it began, how life formed, or how the universe operates. For example, religious creation stories may clash with evolutionary theory or cosmology. When taken literally, these differences can feel irreconcilable. Galileo's clash with the Church over the Earth's position in the solar system is a historic reminder of how science can challenge traditional doctrine.
Yet not all religions insist on literal interpretations. Many believers, including scientists themselves, see sacred stories as symbolic or moral frameworks rather than scientific blueprints. For them, science explains how the universe works, while religion explores why it exists in the first place. From this perspective, science and religion ask different questions and serve different human needs. Some of history's greatest scientists were also people of deep faith: Isaac Newton, Gregor Mendel, Georges Lemaitre, who proposed the Big Bang Theory, and more. They didn't see a contradiction between exploring nature and believing in a creator. In fact, they saw science as a way to understand the divine order of things. Modern thinkers have taken this further. Stephen Jay Gould proposed the idea of non-overlapping magisteria, science and religion, as two separate domains. Science handles the empirical world, religion handles questions of meaning and values. Conflict only arises when one tries to dominate the other's territory. Still, the line isn't always clear. What happens when new discoveries challenge long-held religious views? Or when religious morality shapes scientific choices, like in genetics, artificial intelligence, or bioethics? Dialogue becomes essential, not just debate. Both science and religion can benefit from humility, science acknowledging its limits, and religion engaging with new understanding. In the end, whether they clash or cooperate may depend less on the fields themselves and more on the people within them. When held rigidly, either can become dogmatic, but when approached with openness, both can illuminate the human experience in powerful ways. Science can light the path of how the world works, religion can help us decide where to go. And perhaps together, they offer a fuller view of what it means to be alive.
Is freedom more important than security? Imagine a person standing at a crossroads. One path leads to a life of unrestricted freedom, where they can speak, move, and act as they please. The other offers safety and stability, where their needs are protected but choices are limited. This is the eternal tension between freedom and security. Which one should we value more, and at what cost? Freedom represents the power to live without interference, to think independently, to challenge norms, and to define your own life. It's a cornerstone of democratic ideals and human rights. Societies that prize freedom allow creativity, dissent, and the individual spirit to flourish. Security, by contrast, provides structure. It shields us from harm, gives predictability to our lives, and ensures that we're not constantly vulnerable to threats, whether they come from crime, disease, war, or instability. It is the foundation upon which trust and peace are built. These two forces, freedom and security, aren't inherently opposed, but they often push against each other. When danger arises, security tends to take the front seat. Governments tighten surveillance, limit movement, or enforce control, all in the name of protecting the people. But how far is too far? The trade-offs become especially visible in moments of crisis. Think of wartime censorship, public health lockdowns, or expanded police powers during civil unrest. While these measures may be meant to keep society safe, they can also erode liberties and set troubling precedents. Once freedom is compromised, it's not always easy to restore. Some argue that liberty is sacred, that without it, life becomes a prison even if it's safe. Others maintain that without safety, freedom is an empty promise, constantly under threat. The real complexity lies in finding balance. There's also the matter of perception. What one person sees as a protective policy, another may see as an overreach. Cultural values, historical context, and lived experience all shape how we weigh these two principles. Importantly, freedom and security don't always have to be at odds. A just society can and should strive to uphold both. It requires thoughtful laws, transparent governance, and a commitment to rights even under pressure. Security built on respect for liberty is more stable and humane than security built on fear.
In the end, the question isn't simply which is more important, but how we navigate their delicate relationship. True strength lies in refusing to sacrifice one completely for the other, and in building a world where both freedom and safety are possible, side by side.
Can war ever be justified? War, perhaps the gravest decision a society can make, it brings destruction, displaces families, scars generations, and often leaves more questions than answers. And yet, throughout history, wars have been fought in the name of defense, justice, freedom, and even peace. This brings us to the haunting question: can war ever be justified? Many would argue that war is a necessary evil. When a nation is attacked or when human rights are systematically violated, people often see no other option. In such cases, war is seen as self-defense or as a moral obligation to protect the innocent. The idea of a just war goes back to philosophers like Cicero and later St. Augustine and Thomas Aquinas. They proposed that war could be justified under certain strict conditions: if it's declared by a legitimate authority, if it's a last resort, if the cause is just, and if the violence used is proportionate and aimed at ending conflict, not perpetuating it. This framework has shaped international law and public discourse for centuries. It helps distinguish between aggression and defense, between conquest and protection, but it also raises deep ethical questions. Who decides what's just? Can motives ever be pure? And does violence ever truly lead to peace? On the other hand, pacifist traditions like those in Jainism, Buddhism, and among groups such as the Quakers reject war entirely. They argue that violence only begets more violence, that even in the face of injustice, taking up arms compromises our humanity. These perspectives urge diplomacy, civil resistance, and non-violent struggle as higher, more ethical paths. History gives us examples of both perspectives. Some wars, like the fight against Nazi Germany in World War II, are often cited as necessary to stop evil. Others, like colonial invasions or conflicts over resources, are now widely seen as unjustifiable. Modern warfare complicates things even further. With advanced weapons, cyber warfare, and global consequences, the scale of harm can be massive and indiscriminate. Civilian casualties are often high, and post-war trauma long-lasting. In such a world, the idea of a just war becomes harder to apply. Yet many believe that in some rare circumstances, refusing to act, refusing to fight, can be just as immoral. Allowing genocide, oppression, or invasion without response could mean standing by as innocent lives are destroyed. Whether one believes war can ever be justified depends on one's values, about justice, responsibility, and the cost of inaction. War may sometimes be seen as a last resort, but its consequences demand deep reflection, humility, and a commitment to peace that begins long before conflict ever erupts. What makes a society good? When we think about a good society, what comes to mind? Is it one where everyone has wealth, where freedoms are protected, where people live peacefully side by side? Defining what makes a society good is a complex and deeply philosophical question. It touches on values, ethics, governance, justice, and human well-being. At its core, a good society is one that allows its members to thrive, not just physically, but emotionally and morally. It should provide safety, opportunity, and dignity. A society that ensures basic needs like food, shelter, education, and healthcare can be seen as laying the foundation for goodness. But it goes beyond survival. Freedom is often cited as a hallmark of a good society, the ability to speak, think, and live according to one's beliefs without fear of oppression. Yet, absolute freedom without responsibility can lead to chaos or harm. So a balance must be struck between individual liberty and social order. Justice is another key pillar.
A good society should uphold fairness and equality, ensuring that rights are respected regardless of race, gender, or status. This means laws must be impartial and those in power held accountable. When justice falters, trust erodes and social bonds weaken. Community and connection also shape what we consider good. Humans are social beings, and meaningful relationships give life purpose. Societies that encourage cooperation, empathy, and shared values often enjoy greater harmony and resilience. Philosophers through history have debated this. Aristotle believed the good society promotes the good life, where citizens cultivate virtues like courage, wisdom, and kindness. John Rawls later argued for justice as fairness, emphasizing that inequalities are only acceptable if they benefit the least advantaged. Technology and economic systems complicate matters further. Does material wealth equate to goodness, or can excessive focus on growth undermine well-being and the environment? Sustainability and care for future generations have become essential questions in modern times. Ultimately, no society is perfect. Every culture wrestles with competing needs, conflicting values, and human imperfections. What makes a society good is often a moving target, shaped by history, culture, and the ongoing effort of its people. A good society might not be flawless, but it's one where people strive to treat each other with respect, ensure fairness, and create conditions for everyone to live with dignity and hope.
Should the needs of the many outweigh the few? Picture this. A train is speeding down the tracks, and up ahead it will hit 5 people unless someone pulls a lever to divert it onto another track where it will hit 1 person instead. This classic thought experiment, known as the trolley problem, forces us to confront a chilling question. Should we harm one to save many? And behind that, a deeper one still. Do the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few? On the surface, the idea seems noble. Sacrificing for the greater good is often seen as a moral high ground. Entire governments, war strategies, and emergency responses are built around this logic. It echoes the core of utilitarian philosophy. The right action is the one that brings the most benefit to the most people. In a world of limited resources, this kind of thinking can seem not just practical, but necessary. But numbers alone don't tell the full story. What if the few are innocent? What if they're silenced, overlooked, or erased simply because they don't fit the majority's needs? If we constantly prioritize the many, we risk forgetting that every human being holds equal moral worth. The danger lies in turning individuals into statistics, losing their stories, their faces, their lives in the blur of a crowd. On the other hand, focusing only on individual rights without considering the group can lead to selfishness, inequality, and fragmentation. Societies depend on cooperation. Roads get built, vaccines are distributed, and schools function because people act not only for themselves, but for the larger community. There's a reason we honour acts of selflessness, because they reflect something profoundly human. The question, then, is not whether we should value the many over the few, but how we do it. Can we design systems that uplift the majority without trampling on the minority? Can we prevent tyranny of the majority while still addressing collective needs? It's a moral tightrope that every ethical society must walk. Real-world decisions like disaster relief, public health policies, or resource allocation require balancing these values. There's rarely a perfect solution, but the goal is clear: maximize well-being while minimizing harm, not just for the majority, but for everyone involved. In the end, the worth of a society isn't just measured by how it treats the majority, but by how it protects its smallest voices. The needs of the many do matter, but not at the cost of forgetting the sacred value of even one life.
Is equality truly possible? Equality is one of the most powerful ideas in human history. It's the heartbeat of revolutions, the promise behind laws, and the banner under which people have marched, protested, and fought. We say all people are created equal, and we write it into constitutions, classroom posters, and company policies. But behind the ideal, there's a difficult question. Is equality truly possible, or is it just a dream we chase but never reach? To understand that, we have to break down what we mean by equality. Are we talking about equality of opportunity, where everyone starts the race from the same line, or equality of outcome, where everyone finishes in the same place regardless of their starting point? These are very different visions, and they often pull society in opposite directions. In the real world, people are born into vastly different circumstances. Some grow up in wealth and stability. Others face poverty, discrimination, or violence from birth. Education, nutrition, safety, and support networks vary wildly. Even when the rules are the same for everyone, the playing field often isn't. Some argue that total equality is impossible because human beings are simply different. We have different talents, interests, temperaments, and levels of ambition. Some excel in academics, others in sports or creativity. From this perspective, trying to make everyone equal might feel unnatural or even unfair. But that doesn't mean we can't or shouldn't strive for greater equality. The goal isn't to erase differences, but to remove the unfair barriers that keep people from reaching their full potential. Equality doesn't mean sameness. It means justice. It means that someone's gender, race, religion, or background shouldn't determine how far they can go or how they're treated. Technology and globalization have opened new doors for connection, learning, and advocacy. Yet they've also widened gaps. Access to healthcare, clean water, digital tools, or legal protection is still uneven across the globe. Inequality persists in wealth, wages, education, and political power, even within the most developed countries. And then there's the psychological side. Bias, whether conscious or unconscious, shapes how we view others. Stereotypes, fear, and inherited prejudice keep inequality alive even when laws change. That's why genuine equality isn't just about systems, it's about culture, mindset, and empathy. So, is perfect equality possible? Probably not in the purest sense, but striving for it, working toward a world where people are valued equally and given real chances to thrive, is both possible and necessary.
Can people be truly unbiased? The idea of being completely unbiased, free from personal opinions, prejudices, or preconceived notions, is often seen as an ideal in decision-making and judgment. It suggests a clear, objective view of reality, uncoloured by emotions or social influences. But when we pause to consider human nature, we must ask, can people ever truly be unbiased? Our brains are remarkable yet limited. To navigate the complex world around us, our minds rely on mental shortcuts called heuristics. These shortcuts help us make quick decisions, but often lead to cognitive biases, systematic errors in thinking that shape how we perceive information. These biases are deeply ingrained, usually operating below conscious awareness, subtly influencing what we notice and how we interpret it. Cultural background, upbringing, and personal experiences further shape our viewpoints. We tend to favour ideas and people that align with our existing beliefs, a phenomenon known as confirmation bias. Similarly, the in-group bias causes us to prefer those who share our ethnicity, nationality, or values, even if unintentionally. These biases influence not only personal judgments, but also broader social systems, such as hiring practices or legal decisions. Even science, the pursuit of objective truth, struggles with bias. Researchers take great care to minimize it through methods like double-blind studies and peer review, yet complete impartiality remains elusive. Human involvement means that biases can slip into how questions are framed, data is interpreted, or results are published. The rise of social media and personalized algorithms can worsen this effect by creating echo chambers where individuals are exposed primarily to views that reinforce their own beliefs. This environment makes it harder to recognize or challenge biases, leading to increased polarization and misunderstanding. Despite these challenges, the pursuit of unbiased thinking is valuable.
Recognizing our own biases is the first step towards mitigating them. Practices such as critical thinking, seeking diverse perspectives, and engaging in open, respectful dialogue can help broaden understanding and reduce the impact of unconscious prejudices. In reality, complete neutrality may be impossible, but striving for fairness and self-awareness allows us to make better, more balanced decisions. While total freedom from bias might be out of reach, embracing humility and curiosity can guide us closer to seeing the world with clarity and compassion.
What is the role of government? The idea of government is as old as civilization itself, yet its role remains one of the most debated and profound philosophical questions. Why do we have governments? What should they do? And how much power should they hold over individuals? At its most basic, government exists to organize society, to provide structure and order where chaos might otherwise reign. Without some form of governments, societies risk descending into conflict, lawlessness, or injustice. Governments establish laws, enforce rules, and create systems for resolving disputes. They protect citizens from harm, both from within and outside the community. But government is more than just a protector. It also provides services that individuals alone might struggle to manage. Infrastructure like roads and schools, public health systems and social safety nets for the vulnerable. In this way, government can help promote the common good. Philosophers have long wrestled with the balance between authority and liberty. Thomas Hobbes argued that strong government is necessary to prevent a war of all against all, where life would be nasty, brutish and short. For Hobbes, people give up some freedoms in exchange for security, a social contract. In contrast, John Locke emphasized that governments must respect natural rights like life, liberty and property. If a government becomes tyrannical, citizens have the right to resist or replace it. This idea laid the foundation for modern democracies where power ultimately derives from the people. Today, debates continue about the ideal size and role of government. Some argue for limited government, fearing that too much power can lead to oppression and inefficiency. Others believe a strong government is essential to address complex problems like climate change, economic inequality, and public health crises. The rise of globalization, technology, and social media complicates governance. Governments must now balance national interests with global cooperation. They also face challenges in protecting privacy, combating misinformation, and ensuring justice in a rapidly changing world. At its best, government can be a force for stability, fairness, and progress. At its worst, it can become corrupt, oppressive, or disconnected from the people it serves. Ultimately, the role of government is to serve its citizens, providing security, justice, and opportunity while respecting individual freedoms and adapting to the needs of a changing world.
Should individuals have absolute freedom? The concept of absolute freedom is a powerful ideal that has captivated human thought for centuries. At its core, absolute freedom means the ability for individuals to act without any restrictions or limitations, complete autonomy over one's choices and actions. While this notion sounds liberating and empowering, it raises important questions. Is absolute freedom truly desirable or even possible in society? And what are the consequences if everyone were allowed to act without restraint? Imagine a world where no laws, rules, or social norms exist. Everyone can do whatever they want, whenever they want. At first glance, this sounds like an ultimate expression of personal liberty. However, this extreme form of freedom quickly reveals a crucial problem. One person's freedom can easily clash with another's. If your freedom allows you to act in ways that harm others or infringe on their rights, then it ceases to be freedom in a meaningful sense. Philosophers such as John Stuart Mill tackled this issue by introducing the harm principle. Mill argued that individuals should be free to do anything they wish,
as long as their actions do not cause harm to others. This principle attempts to strike a balance between personal liberty and the protection of society. It recognizes that freedom without limits can lead to chaos and suffering. In practice, societies impose laws and regulations not to oppress individuals, but to ensure that everyone's freedoms coexist fairly. Rules against theft, violence, discrimination, and environmental harm serve to protect individuals and communities alike. These constraints help maintain order, security, and justice, which are essential for freedom to flourish. Yet where exactly to draw the line between acceptable freedom and necessary restrictions remains a persistent debate. Issues like freedom of speech, privacy rights, and public health measures often test the boundaries of individual liberty. For example, does freedom of speech justify hate speech or misinformation? How much government intervention is acceptable in regulating personal behavior for the common good? True freedom is not simply the absence of restraint, it involves the presence of conditions that allow individuals to thrive responsibly and respectfully. Freedom requires a sense of duty towards others and an understanding of the consequences of one's actions. In conclusion, absolute freedom may be an inspiring ideal, but it is neither practical nor beneficial in a shared society. When freedom respects the rights and dignity of others, it gains its true meaning and creates a foundation for harmony and flourishing. Freedom flourishes best within the framework of responsibility, mutual respect, and shared values that allow everyone to live with dignity.
Is utopia possible? The idea of utopia, an ideal society where everything is perfect, has fascinated thinkers, dreamers, and revolutionaries for centuries. From Thomas More's 16th century book, Utopia, to modern visions of perfect communities, we've long imagined a world free of suffering, injustice, and conflict. But is such a utopia truly possible? Utopia, by definition, means no place, reflecting the inherent challenge of achieving perfection. Human societies are complex, diverse, and full of competing interests. What seems ideal to one person may feel oppressive or boring to another. A perfect society for some might mean restrictions for others. Throughout history, attempts to create utopias have often ended in failure or unintended consequences. Some ideal communities became authoritarian, suppressing individuality for the sake of harmony. Others collapsed under economic or social strain. Philosophers have debated whether perfection is a realistic goal or a useful ideal to strive toward. Plato, in the Republic, imagined a just society ruled by philosopher kings, wise rulers who prioritize the common good. Yet even Plato acknowledged the difficulty of achieving such harmony. In modern times, utopias inspire movements for social justice, environmental sustainability, and equality. These visions push societies to improve and reform, but absolute perfection remains elusive. Some argue that imperfection is part of what makes life meaningful. Challenges, conflicts, and struggles drive growth and creativity. Without flaws, life might lose its dynamism and depth. Others believe that striving for utopia, even if impossible, is valuable. It sets a direction, a standard by which to measure progress. It reminds us that injustice and suffering are not inevitable. Technology offers new possibilities. Advances in medicine, communication, and energy could bring us closer to a better world. But technology alone cannot solve deep social and ethical problems. Ultimately, utopia may not be a fixed destination, but an ongoing journey, a process of collective effort, learning, and adaptation. Perhaps the question isn't whether utopia can be built perfectly, but how we can work toward a society that values justice, compassion, and flourishing for all, even amidst imperfection.
What is beauty? Beauty is a concept that has intrigued humans since the dawn of time. We find beauty in nature, art, music, and even in ideas. But what exactly is beauty? Is it something objective, existing outside of us, or is it purely subjective, residing in the eyes of the beholder? Philosophers have long debated this question. Ancient Greeks, like Plato, thought of beauty as an eternal ideal, perfect, unchanging, and existing beyond the physical world. In this view, beautiful things in our world are simply reflections or shadows of this higher, absolute beauty. On the other hand, thinkers like David Hume argue that beauty is subjective, saying beauty in things exists merely in the mind which contemplates them. According to this perspective, what one person finds beautiful, another might not, and that's perfectly natural. In everyday life, beauty often combines qualities like harmony, balance, symmetry, and proportion. We are drawn to faces or landscapes that fit certain patterns our brain recognise as pleasing. Yet cultural influences play a huge role. Different societies have different standards of beauty. What's admired in one place might be ignored or even disliked elsewhere. Beauty can also go beyond the visual. We might find beauty in a heartfelt song, a moving story, or an act of kindness. This suggests that beauty is not just about appearance, but about emotional resonance and meaning. The experience of beauty has powerful effects on us. It can inspire joy, awe, and a deep sense of connection. Some argue that beauty is a doorway to truth or goodness. When we recognize something as beautiful, we are touching something profound about existence. Yet beauty can be elusive and fleeting. What we once found beautiful might change over time or with new experiences. And sometimes, what challenges conventional ideas of beauty, like abstract art or unconventional music, can be the most meaningful. In the end, beauty is a complex dance between the world and our minds, shaped by biology, culture, and personal experience. Beauty may not be something fixed or universal, but a unique experience that invites us to see the world and ourselves with fresh eyes and open hearts. Is art necessary? Take away the skyscrapers, the traffic, the headlines, and imagine a world without paintings, songs, novels, dance or poetry. No lullabies to soothe children to sleep, no murals on city walls, no stories to pass through generations. Would life still function? Perhaps, but would it feel complete? That's the heart of this question. Is art truly necessary? Or is it a luxury, something beautiful but optional, a decoration rather than a foundation? Some say art is a non-essential extra. After all, it doesn't grow food, cure disease, or build bridges. In times of crisis, budgets for the arts are often the first to be cut. But this view misses something fundamental. Because, while art may not always be useful in the traditional sense, it nourishes something that nothing else can: the human spirit. From the earliest cave drawings, long before the first cities or written laws, humans created art. Why? Because we needed to tell stories, to mark our existence, to make sense of joy and grief. Art has always been a way to translate emotion into form, to externalize what's internal. It doesn't just reflect life, it helps us process it. Art builds empathy. When we read a novel, watch a play, or listen to a powerful song, we momentarily step into someone else's world. Their thoughts, fears, and dreams become ours. This connection creates understanding across cultures, generations, and experiences. Art also speaks when words fail. It comforts the grieving, inspires the hopeless, and challenges the status quo. In repressive regimes, it has been a quiet form of resistance. In classrooms, it becomes a doorway to imagination. In therapy, it becomes a path to healing. Critically, art also fuels innovation. The creative thinking found in art spills into science, design, architecture, and technology.
Think of Leonardo da Vinci, both artist and inventor, or the symmetries in music that mirror mathematics. Art expands not just our hearts but our minds. Still, some ask, can society survive without it? Perhaps, but survival is not the same as living well. A world without art may be efficient, but hollow. Our humanity would be flattened, our culture muted, our days less vivid. In the end, art may not feed the body, but it indiably feeds the soul. And in a world so often focused on utility, art reminds us why life is worth living in the first place.
Can anything be art? Walk through any modern gallery and you'll likely stop, not always in admiration, but in confusion. A single chair in a bright room, a blank canvas, a television looping static. You wonder if you're missing something or if the artist is playing a trick. Art today often provokes not just feelings, but questions, deep ones, and slowly a thought creeps in. Where does art begin and where does it end? That leads us to a fascinating and often divisive inquiry. Can anything be art? For centuries, art was mostly associated with beauty, craftsmanship and mastery. A portrait, a sculpture, a symphony. These were the hallmarks of high culture. The artist was seen as a skilled hand, shaping raw material into something transcendent. But over time, that definition began to shift. The 20th century marked a turning point. With movements like Dadaism, Surrealism and conceptual art, artists began to explore ideas more than aesthetics. Marcel Duchamp took an ordinary urinal, titled it Fountain, and placed it in a gallery. Suddenly, the object itself wasn't as important as the statement it made. Art had entered a new era, one where context, intention and reaction mattered more than form. In this view, anything can be art if it's offered as such by a creator and received by an audience willing to engage. A pile of leaves arranged in a pattern, a whisper recorded in a dark room, a staged silence. These things may lack obvious beauty or skill, but they can still provoke thought, emotion, or reflection. And isn't that part of art's job? Yet, the openness brings complications. If everything is art, does anything hold special value? Critics argue that this ambiguity can be lazy, allowing shock to replace substance or novelty to substitute for meaning. They worry we've lost a sense of quality, of striving, of craft. Still, defenders of expansive art see this freedom not as chaos, but as evolution. They say art was never supposed to be confined to marble and oil paint. It should adapt, rebel, challenge. Today's artists work with pixels, trash, sound, light, movement, and all of it reflects the age we live in. The truth may live in between. Not everything that claims to be art connects, but almost anything has the potential to be if it creates resonance, if it makes someone pause, if it changes how we see, even just for a moment. Art isn't defined by rules, but by impact. And sometimes, the most powerful works aren't the ones we instantly understand, but the ones we keep thinking about long after we've walked away.
Does art have to mean something? Art surrounds us in countless forms, from paintings and sculptures to music, dance, literature and film. Throughout history, people have debated the purpose and value of art. One of the most enduring questions is, does art have to mean something? Must it convey a message or express an idea to be considered valuable or meaningful? Many argue that art's primary function is to communicate, whether emotions, stories, cultural values or philosophical truths. Art that carries meaning can inspire, challenge or comfort us. A painting might express the artist's feelings about love or loss. A poem might reveal insights about the human condition. When art speaks to us, it connects us with others and ourselves on a deeper level. Philosophers like Aristotle believe that art imitates life and teaches moral lessons, providing value through meaning. In more modern times, thinkers such as Fyodor Adorno argued that art's meaning often lies in its ability to critique society or evoke critical reflection. However, not all art must carry explicit meaning. Some abstract or experimental art focuses on form, colour, rhythm or sensation without a clear narrative or message. This type of art invites viewers to experience it in a personal and subjective way. The meaning may emerge uniquely for each observer or be entirely absent, leaving space for pure aesthetic appreciation. This raises an interesting point. Can the experience of art itself be its own meaning? Sometimes the act of creation or the sensory impact of colours, shapes and sounds is enough to engage and move us. In these cases, art transcends language and intellectual analysis. The diversity of art forms reflects the diversity of human experience. What feels meaningful to one person might seem meaningless to another. The value of art often depends on context, culture, and individual perception. Ultimately, whether art must mean something is not a question with a simple answer. It depends on how we define meaning and what we seek from art. Some art teaches and informs, while other art invites us simply to feel and be present. Art's power lies in its ability to resonate with us, whether through clear meaning or through the mystery and beauty of pure expression.
Is beauty objective or subjective? You walk into a museum, one painting captivates you. It stirs something, peace, wonder, nostalgia. But beside you, someone scoffs, unimpressed. You both saw the same image, yet felt something entirely different. That quiet moment reveals a timeless debate. Is beauty something real and measurable, or is it simply in the eye of the beholder? For centuries, philosophers have wrestled with this. Plato believed that beauty was an objective truth, existing beyond human opinion. To him, beauty was a form, perfect, eternal, and universal. The symmetry of nature, the proportions of the human body, the harmony of music, all reflected this higher order. Beauty, in that view, was not just preference, it was discovery. Later thinkers, though, began to challenge this. David Hume argued that beauty isn't a property of an object, but a response in the observer. He famously said, "Beauty is no quality in things themselves, it exists merely in the mind which contemplates them." In other words, beauty is subjective, shaped by culture, memory, mood, and experience. Science, too, has explored both sides. Studies show that people across cultures often find symmetry attractive. Balanced faces, certain color combinations, or golden ratio proportions seem to appeal across time and geography. That suggests some objective patterns in how we perceive beauty, perhaps tied to biology or evolution. But then there's personal taste. Someone might find beauty in a chaotic jazz solo, while another finds peace in silence. One person sees elegance in minimalism, another in extravagance. Our preferences shift with age, exposure, and emotion. Even our own idea of what's beautiful in ourselves can change over a lifetime. Culture also plays a massive role. Standards of beauty in art, fashion, and even nature differ wildly across the globe. What one era praises, another rejects. What one culture celebrates, another questions. Beauty is not static, it evolves with the world around it. So where does that leave us? Perhaps the answer lies in a balance. Beauty may have some objective anchors, patterns and structures that resonate deeply, but it also lives through subjective experience. What matters is not just what we see, but how we see it and how it makes us feel. Importantly, beauty isn't just visual. It can be found in an idea, a gesture, a moment, in resilience, in kindness, in truth spoken gently.
These forms of beauty may not be captured by symmetry or colour, but they shape us just as deeply. Maybe beauty is both map and soul, part structure, part soul, and whether it's universal or unique, the real magic lies in how it connects us to something greater or simply reminds us we're alive.
Is the artist or the audience more important? When you experience a piece of art, whether it's a painting, a song, a novel, or a film, you might wonder who truly matters more, the artist who created it or the audience who receives it. This question taps into the heart of art itself, raising ideas about creation, interpretation, and meaning. At first glance, it seems obvious that the artist holds the key. After all, without the artist, there would be no art. The artist pours their emotions, skills, and vision into their work. They decide what to express, how to express it, and what message or feeling to convey. The creative act is deeply personal and often vulnerable, making the artist the source of the artwork's soul. Yet art doesn't exist in a vacuum. Once shared, it lives in the eyes and hearts of the audience. The viewer, listener, or reader brings their own experiences, emotions, and perspectives. They interpret and give life to the piece in ways the artist might never have imagined. A song might comfort one person while evoking sadness in another. A painting might inspire hope or provoke anger. This relationship between artist and audience is dynamic and complex. Some argue that the artist's intention is paramount, that understanding the creator's purpose enriches our experience and honors their work. Others believe that the audience's interpretation is what truly completes the artwork. Without the receiver's engagement, art risks becoming silent and lifeless. Consider Marcel Duchamp's Fountain, a urinal presented as art. Its power didn't lie in the object itself, but in how audiences reacted to it, challenging preconceived notions about what art could be. In this case, the audience's response redefined the work's significance. On the other hand, an artist might create something deeply meaningful to themselves that never resonates widely. Does that lessen the work's value? Not necessarily. The personal act of creation can be valuable even if it doesn't connect broadly. There's also the question of accessibility. Art that is too obscure or personal might alienate audiences, limiting its impact. Conversely, art crafted solely to please others might lose authenticity. Ultimately, art is a dialogue, a meeting point between creator and observer. Both sides shape its meaning. The artist offers a vision, and the audience breathes it into life. Perhaps the importance of artist and audience is not a contest, but a collaboration. Each completes the other, like two parts of a whole. In this dance between giving and receiving, art finds its true power.
Can art make you a better person? Art moves us. A song can stir memories. A novel can shift how we see the world. A painting can stop us in our tracks, forcing us to feel something we didn't expect. But beyond emotion, can art actually change who we are? Can it make us better human beings? For centuries, philosophers, educators, and artists have believed the answer is yes. They've argued that exposure to art, whether visual, musical, literary, or performance-based, does more than entertain. It cultivates empathy, enhances critical thinking, and encourages reflection. Art helps us step outside ourselves and see the world through someone else's eyes. Think about reading a novel that places you in the mind of someone radically different from you. You begin to understand their fears, hopes, and choices. That's empathy in motion. Or consider a powerful documentary that sheds light on injustice. It might push you to care, to act, or simply to reconsider your assumptions. In these moments, art doesn't just educate, it transforms. Neurological research supports this. Studies show that engaging with art can activate parts of the brain linked to emotion, memory, and social understanding. Art stimulates our capacity for compassion and broadens our perspective, two qualities central to ethical behavior and personal growth. However, not all art aims to uplift.
Some art challenges, disturbs, or confuses. But even unsettling art can provoke meaningful introspection. It can force us to confront uncomfortable truths about ourselves or the world, and growth often begins with discomfort. Art also encourages humility. It reminds us that not everything is simple or binary. It opens space for nuance, for complexity, for doubt. In doing so, it teaches patience and open-mindedness, traits that ripple out into our relationships and decisions. But there's a catch. Simply being exposed to art isn't enough. What matters is how we engage with it. Passive consumption may entertain, but active reflection fosters change. The transformation comes not from the art itself, but from the dialogue it opens inside us. So, can art make you a better person? Not always, but when we allow it to truly reach us, when we listen, feel, and think, it absolutely can. Art doesn't give us all the answers, but it does invite us to ask better questions, and sometimes that's the first step to becoming better versions of ourselves.
Is creativity a moral act? Creativity often feels like a spark, a sudden flash of new ideas, fresh perspectives, or original expressions. It's celebrated as a deeply human gift, a force that drives art, science, and progress. But here's an intriguing question to ponder. Is creativity itself a moral act? In other words, is there an ethical dimension to the act of creating? At first, creativity seems purely neutral, a tool anyone can wield. A painter mixing colours, a writer crafting stories, an engineer inventing technology. These acts appear to be about skill and imagination, not morality. Yet, as we dig deeper, we realise creativity doesn't exist in isolation. Every creative act has consequences, intended or not, and that raises important ethical considerations. When someone creates, they shape culture and influence society. A powerful novel might inspire empathy and social change. A viral video might spread misinformation or hate. The content, purpose, and impact of creative works matter. In this way, creativity carries responsibility. Philosophers and ethicists ask whether creators should consider the effects of their work on others. Should an artist avoid glorifying violence? Should a scientist weigh the potential harm of a new invention? Creativity becomes moral when it acknowledges its power to affect human lives for better or worse. Furthermore, creativity can be an act of resistance or healing. In oppressive contexts, creating art or literature can challenge injustice, give voice to the silenced, and foster solidarity. Here, creativity is not just expression, it's a moral stand, a form of activism. But creativity can also be misused. When originality is employed to deceive, manipulate, or exploit, it becomes harmful. Marketing campaigns that spread false hopes, technologies designed to invade privacy, or media that stoke division show how creativity can serve unethical ends. This dual nature means creativity isn't inherently good or bad. It depends on context, intention, and impact. A moral approach to creativity asks us to reflect not only on what we create, but why and how it affects others. On a personal level, engaging in creative acts often connects us to our values, passions, and purpose. It can cultivate empathy, patience, and humility, qualities that enrich our moral lives. Ultimately, creativity invites us to ask, how can my imagination serve not only my expression, but the greater good? In this question lies the moral heart of creation, an ongoing journey to align our creative powers with ethical awareness.
Does beauty distract us from truth? Beauty captivates, it draws our gaze, holds our attention, and often moves us before we've even had time to think. Whether it's a stunning photograph, a graceful dancer, or a persuasive voice, beauty has undeniable power. But beneath that power lies a philosophical dilemma.
Can beauty distract us from truth? We tend to associate beauty with goodness, even trustworthiness. A polished speaker feels more convincing. A well-designed product seems more valuable. A beautiful face is often unfairly assumed to be more honest or competent. Psychologists call this the halo effect, where beauty spills over into our judgment of unrelated traits. And this effect, subtle or not, can skew our perception of reality. In art, beauty can soften or obscure uncomfortable truths. A war painting, rendered with aesthetic mastery, might stir admiration before it sparks horror. A film filled with lush cinematography might romanticize pain or gloss over suffering. In these cases, beauty doesn't just decorate, it transforms, reframes, or sometimes even conceals the truth. Think of propaganda. Historically, many oppressive regimes have used beautiful imagery, architecture, and design to mask injustice and manipulate the masses. The presentation was flawless, but the message was dangerous. Here, beauty didn't clarify, it deceived. Yet beauty also has the power to reveal truth. A poem can capture the essence of grief better than a report. A song can make distant struggles feel heartbreakingly real. A beautiful story can cut through apathy and reach the human heart where logic fails. Beauty then can be a vehicle, not a veil, for truth. So, which is it? Does beauty distract us, or does it help us to see more clearly? Perhaps it depends on intention. When beauty is used purely to impress or seduce, it can blur our understanding. But when it's used to eliminate, to bring attention to something deeper, it can help truth resonate on a human level. There's also a question of balance. Truth on its own can be raw, cold, or even brutal. Beauty, when paired with honesty, can help us confront truths we might otherwise avoid. It invites us in, gently, so that truth can speak. Still, we must be cautious. Beauty can make lies more appealing and half-truths more palatable. That's why critical thinking must accompany admiration. We must learn to pause and ask, is this beauty leading me closer to truth or further from it? In the end, beauty is a powerful tool. It can be a mirror or a mask, a bridge or a barrier. What matters is how we use it and whether we're willing to look beyond the surface to see what truly lies beneath.
Can ugly art be valuable? Not every piece of art is meant to please the eye. Some works unsettle, disturb, or even repel. They challenge our senses, provoke discomfort, and seem to reject all traditional notions of beauty. And yet, people stand before them, ponder them outside the idea that art is only about decoration. Throughout history, art has had many roles: to record, to protest, to reflect, to heal. Beauty may have once dominated those roles, especially during classical and Renaissance periods, but in modern times, ugliness has found its own powerful place in creative expression. Ugly art often speaks to truths that are hard to face. Francis Bacon's distorted portraits scream of existential dread. Goya's black paintings reveal the darkness of war and madness. These works are far from traditionally beautiful, but they carry deep emotional and historical weight. Their lack of aesthetic polish isn't a flaw, it's a feature. It's how they deliver their message. In some cases, ugliness is used to critique society. Satirical cartoons exaggerate and distort to expose political hypocrisy or injustice. Grunge and punk aesthetics emerged to reject polished norms and voice rebellion. These forms of art may be jarring, but they connect deeply with those who feel overlooked or silenced. Their rawness is part of their honesty. Ugliness can also be subjective. What one person finds grotesque, another might find meaningful. Cultural background, personal experience, and even mood shape how we respond to art. A jagged sculpture might look harsh at first glance, but to someone else it might symbolize survival, resilience, or bold originality. Critics of ugly art often ask, isn't art supposed to inspire? But inspiration doesn't always come from harmony.
Sometimes it comes from confrontation, from being pushed out of comfort, from facing something messy, imperfect, or even painful, and finding meaning in it. In that sense, ugly art has its own kind of beauty, not in surface appeal, but in emotional depth, honesty, and intent. It dares to express what polite conversation won't. It invites reflection, even when it's not easy. So, can ugly art be valuable? Absolutely, not despite its ugliness, but because of what that ugliness allows it to say. It opens space for the unspoken, the uncomfortable, and the real. Art doesn't always have to please, it just has to connect. And sometimes the pieces we resist at first are the ones that stay with us the longest.
Is the ship of Theseus still the same ship? The ship of Theseus is one of the most enduring and puzzling thought experiments in philosophy. The question is deceptively simple. If you replace every single part of a ship, one plank at a time, until none of the original pieces remain, is it still the same ship? And if you reassemble all the original planks elsewhere, do you now have two ships of Theseus? Which one is the real one? This ancient puzzle challenges our understanding of identity, continuity, and change. At its heart, it's not really about ships, it's about the nature of what makes something what it is. Is it the material it's made of, the shape it holds, its history, or something more abstract like function or meaning? Let's apply this idea to people. From birth to adulthood, your body cells regenerate, your thoughts evolve, your personality matures. After decades, hardly anything about you physically or mentally is exactly as it was when you were a child. Are you still the same person? Some argue that identity lies in continuity, the story that connects past and present. Even if the components change, as long as the transformation is gradual and coherent, the object, or person, retains its identity. This is often how we understand personal growth, not as becoming someone else, but as evolving within the same self. Others say that identity is rooted in substance. If every part is replaced, it's not the same thing anymore. It's a copy, a replica, something new that only resembles the original. And then there's the twist. What if all the removed parts were stored and later reassembled? Do we now have the original ship, restored? Or is it simply a reconstruction without the original continuity? This paradox doesn't offer a clear-cut answer, but that's the point. It reveals the ambiguity of identity. Whether we're talking about a ship, a person, or even a nation, it forces us to ask, what truly defines something over time? In the modern world, this puzzle becomes even more relevant. With digital identities, cloned organisms, and artificial intelligence, we constantly confront new versions of the same question. When does change alter identity, and when does it preserve it? The ship of Theseus reminds us that identity isn't fixed. It's a delicate balance between continuity and change, memory and transformation. And perhaps the mystery is what makes the question so enduring. Can something come from nothing? Can something truly emerge from nothing? It's one of the oldest and most profound questions in all of philosophy and science. At first glance, the answer seems obvious. Nothing comes from nothing. But when we dig deeper, this simple phrase becomes a doorway into some of the most mysterious corners of existence. Philosophers like Parmenides, thousands of years ago, argued that the very concept of nothing is flawed, because even to speak of nothing is to give it a kind of existence. If there ever was truly nothing, with no space, no time, no energy, and no possibility, how could anything ever begin? This leads to a dilemma. The universe exists, you exist, there is something, but where did that something come from? Religious and spiritual traditions have often filled this gap with the idea of a creator, something eternal or divine that exists outside of time and space, capable of generating everything from nothing. In these views, nothing is more like the absence of the created world, not the absence of all being. Science offers a different perspective. In modern physics, the concept of nothing gets complicated. The vacuum of space, once thought to be truly empty, is now known to be seething with activity. Particles appear and disappear in fleeting quantum fluctuations. In this context, nothing isn't really nothing, it's a kind of potential, a backdrop where strange things can still occur. Some cosmologists suggest that the universe may have arisen from a quantum vacuum, a kind of low-energy field state governed by the laws of physics that spontaneously gave birth to the universe. But even that assumes that something, laws, energy, possibility, already existed, so the mystery remains. Where did those laws and conditions come from? The question, can something come from nothing, may ultimately depend on how we define nothing. Is it the complete absence of being, or merely the absence of matter? Is nothing a meaningful concept at all, or just a placeholder for our ignorance? What makes this question so powerful is that it touches the edges of what we can know or even imagine. Whether through philosophy, science, or spirituality, the inquiry continues to stretch human understanding. Perhaps we may never fully answer how something came from nothing, but in asking, we remind ourselves of the sheer wonder of existence, that we are here and that there is anything at all.
Can an omnipotent being create a stone it cannot lift? It's a question that sounds playful at first, almost like a riddle whispered between curious minds late at night. Can an all-powerful being create a stone so heavy that even they cannot lift it? But this isn't just a clever trick of words. It's a deep philosophical puzzle that strikes at the core of how we understand power, logic, and the very concept of divinity. The question presents a paradox. If the being can create such a stone, then there exists something they cannot do, lift it. But if the being cannot create it, then there's something else they cannot do, create an unliftable stone. Either way, it seems like omnipotence, being all-powerful, fails one of its own tests. This is known as a self-referential paradox, similar in structure to the classic "Can God make a square circle?" or "Can an unstoppable force meet an immovable object?" The logic collapses in on itself, but the real value of the question isn't about stones or strength, it's about definitions. To unravel this, we must ask, what does omnipotence really mean? Is it the power to do literally anything, including things that are logically impossible? Or is it the power to do all things that are logically possible? Many philosophers and theologians argue that true omnipotence doesn't include the ability to do nonsense. Creating a stone too heavy for oneself to lift falls into that category, like drawing a four-sided triangle or creating a married bachelor. These are not feats of power, but failures of definition. In this view, the paradox doesn't expose a flaw in omnipotence, it exposes a flaw in how we frame the question. The stone paradox asks whether a being can cease to be all-powerful while still being all-powerful, which is inherently self-contradictory. Others take it even further and suggest that the paradox is valuable because it reveals our limitations in language and logic. We're using human concepts, mass, strength, creation, limitation, to describe something beyond human scale. The words bend and break under the weight of what they're trying to express. And then there's a more mystical interpretation, that true power might not mean doing anything and everything, but knowing what need not be done. In that sense, omnipotence might include the wisdom to avoid contradictions, not out of inability, but from perfect understanding. In the end, the stone paradox isn't really about divine strength, it's about the boundaries of reason. And sometimes, the deepest truths don't emerge from answers,
but from learning how to live with the question.
What happens if everyone does the right thing but suffers? We often believe that doing the right thing leads to good outcomes, that virtue is rewarded and justice prevails. But what if everyone chooses to do what is morally right and the result is suffering instead of peace? This haunting question flips our assumptions on their head, asking us to rethink our understanding of morality, consequence, and human responsibility. Imagine a world where every individual acts with honesty, empathy, and integrity. On paper, it sounds like a utopia. Yet life is complex. Sometimes doing the morally right thing involves sacrifice. A whistleblower tells the truth and loses their job. A soldier refuses to fight in an unjust war and faces punishment. A doctor chooses to help the poor rather than earn wealth. Multiply these moral decisions across an entire society and you might find widespread suffering, not because people are doing wrong, but precisely because they are doing right. This paradox touches on an ancient philosophical dilemma. Is morality about doing what brings the best consequences, or about doing what's right no matter the result? Consequentialists, like utilitarians, argue that the morality of an action depends on its outcome, but deontologists such as Immanuel Kant believe that moral duties must be followed even if they lead to hardship. In the latter view, moral integrity is more important than comfort or reward. The question also challenges a common narrative in religious and spiritual traditions that goodness is ultimately rewarded either in this life or in the next. But history is filled with examples of virtuous people who suffered because of their convictions. From Socrates to Gandhi, morality has often come with a price. So what does it mean if a world full of right actions still leads to suffering? It may suggest that morality isn't a tool to guarantee comfort, but a compass to preserve human dignity even when the path is hard. Doing the right thing doesn't always lead to happiness, but it may lead to meaning, unity, or a better future that we might never see ourselves. It also raises another layer of responsibility. If we value morality, do we also have a duty to build systems where good actions don't result in unnecessary suffering? Perhaps our goal should be a society where doing good isn't a punishment, but a shared foundation for justice and compassion. In the end, a world where people suffer for doing right isn't a failure of morality, it's a call to evolve the world to match the integrity of its people.
Is the mind a blank slate at birth? Are we born as empty vessels, waiting to be shaped by the world around us? Or do we arrive with built-in instincts, preferences, and tendencies already hardwired into our brains? This question, whether the mind is a blank slate at birth, has fascinated philosophers, psychologists, and scientists for centuries. The blank slate theory, or tabula rasa, dates back to thinkers like John Locke, who believed that the human mind begins as a clean sheet, and that all knowledge and behaviour are acquired through experience. According to this view, we're born with no mental content. Everything we become is the result of what we learn, observe, and endure in the world. This idea gave rise to many important values in modern society. If we all begin equally blank, then education, environment, and opportunity play the biggest roles in shaping who we are. It supports beliefs in equality, growth, and human potential. But modern science has complicated that view. Research in genetics, neuroscience, and evolutionary psychology shows that we're born with more than just open minds. Infants display preferences for faces, respond to music, and even exhibit basic moral instincts long before language or formal education comes into play. These findings suggest that nature plants seeds in the soil long before nurture begins to water them. Take language, for example. Babies around the world can learn any language, but they're born with the ability to detect speech patterns and grammar.
They don't start with nothing, they start with tools ready to absorb everything. Then there's temperament. Some babies are naturally calm, others restless. These traits can be observed in the earliest days of life, suggesting that genetics play a role alongside environment in shaping personality. Of course, this doesn't mean our lives are predetermined. Nature provides the blueprint, but nurture still builds the structure. Experience, culture, and education continue to play a massive role in shaping values, beliefs, and behavior. The real story is more nuanced. We are neither fully blank nor fully written. We are something in between, flexible, responsive, and ever-changing. This age-old question isn't just academic. It influences how we parent, teach, judge others, and shape our societies. Believing we're blank slates might lead us to overemphasize control. Believing we're fixed by nature might cause us to give up on change. But understanding the balance can help us make wiser, more compassionate choices. In the end, the human mind is not a blank slate, nor a rigid script, but a living story, written in partnership between nature and the world it meets.
If a tree falls and no one hears it, does it make a sound? It's one of the most iconic philosophical riddles. If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? At first, it sounds like a riddle about nature, but really it's a deeper question about observation, reality, and the role of consciousness. Let's begin with the literal angle. From a physical standpoint, when a tree falls, it creates vibrations in the air, pressure waves that move outward from the impact. These vibrations are what we interpret as sound when they reach our ears and are processed by our brains. So in that sense, yes, there is a disturbance in the environment, whether or not anyone hears it. But here's where philosophy stirs the pot. If there's no one there to hear those vibrations, can we still call them sound? Or is sound only sound when it's experienced by a mind? Without a listener, is there only silent motion? This brings up the distinction between physical phenomena and perception. Sound as vibration exists independently, but sound as experience, the boom, the rustle, the crash, depends on someone being there to hear it. This question taps into idealism, a philosophical view that reality depends on the mind. Thinkers like George Berkeley argued that objects exist only as perceptions. If there's no one to perceive the sound doesn't exist, not in any meaningful way. On the other hand, realists argue that reality exists independently of observation. The tree falls, vibrations occur, and sound exists, regardless of human awareness. The debate doesn't stop at trees. It echoes into science, particularly in quantum mechanics, where observation appears to affect reality. Some experiments suggest particles behave differently when observed. This has led to the mind-bending idea that consciousness may influence physical outcomes, though interpretations vary widely and remain hotly debated. This humble tree in the forest also raises broader questions. What is reality without consciousness? Does the universe need observers to exist meaningfully? Are perception and reality intertwined more deeply than we think? Ultimately, whether or not the tree makes a sound depends on how we define sound, as a physical event, a sensory experience, or a combination of both. The real value of this question isn't the answer itself, but the reflection it invites. Whether the forest is silent or ringing with sound, this question reminds us that reality is shaped not just by events, but by the way we witness, interpret, and engage with them. Can two opposite things both be true? It seems like a contradiction. How can two opposite things both be true at the same time? Logic tells us that if one thing is true, its opposite must be false. Hot can't be cold, up isn't down, right can't be wrong, or can it?
This question about the possibility of dual truths challenges the very foundation of how we think about truth, logic, and reality. In classical logic, rooted in ancient Greek philosophy, there's something called the law of non-contradiction. Two contradictory statements cannot both be true at the same time and in the same context. For example, this apple is red and this apple is not red can't both be true unless we're misunderstanding the context. But life rarely offers such clean, controlled contexts. In the real world, things are more complex, more nuanced, and sometimes more paradoxical. Consider human emotions. You can love someone and feel angry with them at the same time. You can feel both afraid and brave. These aren't logical contradictions, but emotional ones, examples of how the human experience often embraces apparent opposites. Now look at perspectives. Imagine two people standing on opposite sides of a sculpture. One says it's shaped like a square, the other says it's round. They're both right from their point of view. This is where relativism comes in, the idea that truth can depend on perspective, context, or culture. In such cases, opposing truths can coexist without cancelling each other out. Then there's quantum physics, where things get even stranger. Subatomic particles can be in two states at once, known as superposition, until observed. Schrödinger's famous thought experiment, where a cat is both dead and alive in a box, illustrates this bizarre truth of the quantum world. In such realms, contradiction isn't a flaw, it's a feature. Philosophical traditions outside the West also embrace this idea. In Taoism, opposing forces like yin and yang are seen as interconnected and interdependent. Darkness defines light. Stillness gives meaning to movement. These opposites don't compete, they complete. So, can two opposite things be true? Sometimes yes, especially when viewed through different lenses, emotional, cultural, scientific, or spiritual. Truth may not always be singular and sharp-edged. Sometimes it's layered, shifting, or even paradoxical. In the dance of contradictions, we find a deeper kind of wisdom, one that reminds us the world isn't always either-or. Sometimes it's both.
What is the value of paradox in thinking? At first glance, paradoxes seem like frustrating roadblocks, statements that defy logic, loop endlessly, or contradict themselves. This sentence is false. If it's true, then it's false. But if it's false, then it's true. These puzzling twists appear to break the rules of rational thought. But what if paradoxes aren't flaws in reasoning, but essential tools for deeper thinking? Paradoxes challenge us to step beyond the surface. They expose the hidden limits of our assumptions. In that way, they serve as intellectual mirrors, reflecting the complexity of reality and the boundaries of our understanding. Rather than offering easy answers, paradoxes invite questions. They destabilize certainty and make space for insight. Take Zeno's paradox, which argues that motion is impossible because an object must first reach halfway to a destination, then halfway again, and so on infinitely. While we know movement is possible, the paradox forces us to confront how we think about space, time, and infinity. It ultimately led to important developments in mathematics and calculus. Philosophers have long used paradox to unlock new ways of thinking. Socrates, for example, often led his students into logical knots, not to confuse them, but to reveal the limitations of their beliefs. His method of questioning, the Socratic method, thrives on contradiction and paradox to provoke clarity. Even in modern science, paradoxes are not rare. Quantum physics is full of them. Light behaves like both a particle and a wave. An electron can be in multiple places at once. These paradoxes don't signal error, they signal discovery. They show us that the universe doesn't always operate according to the logic we expect. In spirituality and mysticism, paradoxes are used to transcend rigid thought. Zen koans like, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" are not meant to be answered, they're meant to break the grip of conventional thinking and open the mind to new dimensions of awareness.
Paradox forces us to tolerate uncertainty. It trains us to think flexibly, to hold opposing ideas in our minds without collapsing into confusion. This kind of mental elasticity is essential not only for philosophy, but for creativity, leadership, and navigating a complex world. The value of paradox is not in solving it, but in sitting with it. In the tension between opposites, we often find the spark of understanding and the courage to ask better questions.
If time travel were possible, could you change the past? The idea has fascinated humanity for centuries. From ancient myths to modern science fiction, we've long dreamed of stepping outside the present, revisiting the past, or leaping into the future. But even if time travel was somehow possible, one question lingers with a paradoxical weight. Could you actually change the past? Imagine going back in time to prevent a tragedy, say stopping a war, saving a life, or warning your younger self. It sounds noble, but as soon as you alter something in the past, you risk changing the conditions that made you go back in the first place. This is known as the grandfather paradox. If you went back in time and prevented your grandfather from meeting your grandmother, would you still be born to travel back at all? This contradiction highlights the deeper issue. Does the past exist in a fixed, unchangeable form, or is it fluid, open to revision? Some philosophers and scientists argue that the past is already written, set in stone. If time is like a book, then the events on page 23 can't be erased just because we're now reading page 100. In this view, any attempt to change the past would be impossible, because whatever you did already happened. You were always part of the story, you just didn't know it yet. Others explore the idea of branching timelines. If you change something in the past, you don't rewrite your own timeline, you create a new one. This theory, popular in multiverse science fiction, allows for infinite variations of history to coexist. You might save a life in the past, but return to a future that isn't your original one. You haven't changed your past, you've simply created another version of it. Then there's the question of free will. If you could go back and make different choices, were those choices truly yours, or were they inevitable all along? So, could time travel let us change the past? The answer might depend on how time itself works, whether it's linear, branching, or something far stranger than we can imagine. And as of now, time travel beyond forward motion remains theoretical, but pondering the question opens a door to something deeper, our relationship with regret, memory, and the desire to right our wrongs. Time travel may never be real, but the wish to alter the past is profoundly human. In the end, maybe the best change we can make is how we live now, in the only moment we truly have.
What would you do differently if you knew your life was a simulation? The idea that our entire reality might be a simulation, an elaborate digital construct created by advanced beings, is no longer just science fiction. Philosophers and scientists seriously debate the possibility that our experiences, memories, and even consciousness could be part of a grand program. But if you believed your life was a simulation, what would you do differently? On one hand, the thought can be liberating. If nothing is truly real, then the rules that bind us might be flexible or even arbitrary. Maybe fear loses its grip, mistakes become less daunting, and you feel free to take risks you never dared before. If life is a game or test, why not push the boundaries? This mindset could spark creativity, adventure, and a sense of play. But on the other hand, the idea can be unsettling. If your choices, emotions, and relationships are part of code, does that diminish their meaning? Are achievements hollow if they're pre-programmed? Would love, pain, joy, and suffering lose their significance? The sense of self might feel fragile, as if you're just a character controlled by an unseen player or developer. Philosophically, this question probes the nature of meaning and existence. Does something require a real origin to matter? Or can meaning emerge within a constructed reality?
Many thinkers argue that meaning is subjective. It arises from our experiences and intentions, regardless of the metaphysical nature of the world. If you love, create, suffer, and strive, your life holds value, even if it's part of a simulation. The simulation hypothesis also raises ethical questions. If we're in a simulated world, what responsibilities do the creators have towards us? Does free will exist within the program, or are we just following scripts? And what would happen if the simulation ended? For individuals, the idea challenges how we live day to day. Would knowing life is a simulation change your goals, relationships, or sense of self? Would you embrace the illusion or reject it? Would you seek to hack the system or accept it as it is? Ultimately, whether or not life is a simulation, the question invites us to reflect on what truly matters. It pushes us to consider the source of meaning, the nature of reality, and how to live authentically, no matter what framework we inhabit. Believing life is a simulation doesn't have to diminish its value. Instead, it can inspire us to create meaning in every moment, knowing that our experience, simulated or not, is the only reality we truly know.